so I'm not gonna worry about it. So let's get started. There we go. Add more milk, but then it takes away the chocolate flavor. The sour cream. I do have sour cream. I don't know if that would... I think it would just make it sour. Alright, let me just tell everybody I'm live. And then we'll be good to go. This is only day 2. I've only played this. I'm like 2 hours in the game. I am not far at all. Consider this basically a first playthrough for me, so no spoilers, no backseating. Just let me enjoy the game. If I need help, I'll yell. Don't answer rhetorical questions. You know, the usual stuff. Oh, just Jerry. Okay, Merrick. Sounds like, damn, I don't know why you would put sour cream in hot chocolate, but I mean, if that's what makes you happy, sure, go ahead. It's not really for me. Yes, Tex-Mex stuff, I put sour cream on everything. It's delicious. Burb and Siren, yes. I did play, like I said, 6 hours of this game off stream. So I'm kind of retreading stuff I've already done, but we'll get to new stuff. I'll get to new stuff soon. Blah, 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 blah. Come on. There we go. Where's the volume? There it is. Put you here. Perfect. Okay. Capsaicin, yes. And lowers the spice level. You want help? If you want help, or what? No, like, if I want help, I'll say, hey, chat, help me. Otherwise, I'm just, let me blunder around and do everything wrong. Confusion is also entertainment? Good. Nothing. No help right now. Hi, Iris. Hi, Kenku. How you doing? Hello, cool guys and losers alike. It is me. Losers. Oh, that would make sense that sour cream does that. I just think it tastes good on stuff. Alright, load game. So now, what we did, to recap, please load. Okay. We're Bartz, Lena, Galuf, and Ferris. Ferris is a lady pirate. We just found that out. Bartz is kind of the main character, or at least who we started off with. A meteor fell, and Lena was like, oh no, I need to find my father because he's the king, and... oh yeah, is looking for a wind crystal. The wind crystal. And then Bart's like, good luck. And then Galuf appeared by this meteor, and he's like, oh my god, I have no memory, but I know I need to go to find this wind crystal. Come on, Lena, nice to meet you, let's go. And then they go, and then Bart is like, good luck. And then he and his chocobo leave, and then his chocobo named Boko was like, Quay. Bart's just like, yeah, I know, okay, I'll go help them. So he goes and helps them. And then they end up going through a pirate cave. They're like, we gotta get to the wind temple. Wind shrine? Something to do with wind? And then they're like, okay, pirates. We'll just, Gal's like, we'll just steal their ship. And everyone's like, okay, sure. And then we try to steal the ship, but no one knows how to sail it. And then Ferris is just like, yo, what are you doing? This is my ship. And they're like, we're not stealing it. She's like, all right, you go to jail. So she put him in the brig. And then she realized she had the same pendant as Lena. And then it mattered to her for some reason. And then she was like, Yarhar. All right, we'll go to the... Thank you, Slade Asher, for the host. How are you? I appreciate that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so they're like, she's like, yeah, all right, I'll help you guys for reasons. So we'll sail to the Wind Crystal Shrine. And they go there. And everyone's like, oh god, your father's up in the top, and oh god, we can't go up there, monsters. And we're like, okay, cool, we'll do that, we'll go up there. We go up there, and then we're like, oh no, the crystal's shattered. Crap. And then her father appears, and he's like, oh, you guys are like the crystal bearers. Go save the world. And then he disappears, and then Lena's like, whoa, no, father. And then everyone's like, I guess we all have to stick together and, like, you know, save the world. Anyway, I forgot what we're doing. But I think we're trying to get back to the castle. I don't know, we got a key so we could go through this, like, little way, like, river area that was locked up. And so we did that, and then, like, a big whirlpool appeared and took Sildra, which was Ferris's water dragon that kind of pushed the boat around because there's no more wind. Anyway, Sildra apparently died, and it was very depressing. And then we were drifting because there's no wind. And then we ended up in a ship graveyard. And then we got off to ship graveyard. And now we're here. We gotta get to the castle. And we can't go anywhere because everything's blocked off. So now we're gonna go get her dragon, which we heard is up here. And probably injured. And we're gonna use that dragon and fly home. There we go. That's what we got so far. Anyway, hi Wasa, how you doing? Hi Master Bismuth. Thank you for following a Bleeding Lancer, welcome. Alright, so I apologize if I missed anything. Yes, it's a modded font. You got Costco pizza, nice. So we're trying to get to the next area. Waking up in the morning, I gotta get to the toilet temple. Yes. Oh yeah, if you guys want another channel point goal to like work towards, let me know. This is a Pixel Remaster. This is the Pixel Remaster. And as always, like I said, I kind of played this game when it was fan translated a long time ago, but I only played half of it, and then I never played anymore. So please treat this like my first playthrough, and don't backseat. Don't tell me what to do. Don't help me. Don't answer any of my questions unless I'm telling you I'm serious. The usual. No spoilers. There should be big face small game. Is there not? I mean, maybe I turned it off. Hold on. It's right there. It's expensive. I put it out of stock. Are you kidding me? Oh shit. Hold on. I'm sorry. You got 4 wisdom teeth taken out? Oh my god. Oh no. Are you okay? Viewer rewards, channel points. Hold on. Thank you for pointing that out. Edit. List. Limit redemptions per stream. 2. Per user per stream. 1. It shouldn't tell you. That's weird. Oh shit. Now it says 7. Well, maybe that will fix it. If not, I'll have to twiddle with it more. Ah, there you go. Okay. Hi. Big face. Big blurry face. Promo say, oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Bleeding Lancer. Thank you, thank you. I do hope you feel better. I've never had my wisdom teeth taken out, but I've heard stories, and none of them sound good. You won't answer questions even if you do ask. Yeah, I actually expect that too from you guys. So...
Oh, the weather outside is frightful.
There we go. I got this fixed finally.
So delightful. And since we've no
I gotta
place
fix this now.
to go. Make it so. Make it so. Make it so.
Boo-doo-doo. Oh, jeez. Bleeding Lancer, thank you for gifting us up to Bloody Hernia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, the taste of blood gets a little nauseating after a while. Anyway, thank you so much. Alright, so we're gonna go to this castle. We got 4 minutes left on Big Face. Oh my gosh, you guys are so nice. I just have to make me click this. OJ, thank you for gifting us up to Bleeding Lancer. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your emotes. I just finally got animated and follower emotes. I mostly have all the slots filled up. The one impacted one had to be cut along with a hunk of your don't mess it. No. I haven't done any grinding yet, so I don't know if I need to do that at the moment. If I do, I'll just chit chat with you guys. What's up, Queen? I'm probably going to take a shower. You'll be back later. At least you're awake. We'll have a good shower. You like the aesthetic? Some of them are modeled after me. If it has blue hair, yeah, that's me. Other ones are like my OCs, which I know. Oh, I have to go up this way. Which are all lovely, like elf or demon ladies. So. The grind is inevitable? Yes, I'm sure it is. I haven't played this game really, so I don't know. Like for 6, my immediate grind is when I get Terra at Figaro Castle. I immediately grind to like level 9 or something. 10? And then I don't have to worry about it. Oh shit. Thank you. Did this go over already? I haven't been paying attention. Yeah, that one is Sephiroth. Yes, Sephiroth is my OC. No relation to the one in 7. The remaster looks so much better. This is like, the pixel remasters are so nice, and the further down or earlier you go in the series, the nicer it looks, because there's more to improve on. Does that make sense? The music's really good. It's just... Now my only question is, like, I don't know how they're gonna remaster 6. Because all of these kind of look like 6. Like, I know they can just make it look nicer, but... You know? I mean, I'm sure they could probably, like, put more detail on the things, or... just to improve it. I'm excited for the music. I go this way now. Do your laundry? Why do you guys not be doing laundry? I don't get that. Kitty. Okay. I grew up having to go to the laundromat, so... if I can do my own laundry, I'm like, hell yeah! It's the longest 5 minutes ever. There you go. Is this game too loud, loud enough, or it needs to be louder as compared to my voice? I prefer to have the game fairly loud because I like having it as a background. Okay. So we're climbing this mountain to find our dragon. There we go. You gonna lurk for now? You appreciate your super comfy and sweet vibes, especially when talking to chat. Please keep it up. Believe in you. Oh, thank you, Bleeding Lancer. I really appreciate that. You're super sweet. I hope you feel better. I hope your teeth heal up. Or your lack of teeth heal up. Thank you for lurking. You put the video of animated emotes in Discord? Okay. Let me see. I read what you wrote, Zave, but I didn't know what you meant, so I was like, I don't know how to respond to that. Oh no! Now I kind of want him to do that. Having Sybil just freak out like. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, there's okay. Well, I have April Fool's emote ideas now. Thank you, Zave. Appreciate it. Normally you don't say stuff like that, but you're in a good. That's fine. You're allowed to be in a good mood. I assume you're probably on some painkillers too, so enjoy. Make a Hyper Jam version. Oh my gosh. I'm pretty lenient with most people coming into chat. Like, you can be weird, you can be nice. I have no problem with any of that. Just, I don't like people who are jerks. That's it. That would be a good April Fool's emote. I have decided I'm not doing Blue Mage anything. Oh shit, I have it on auto. No, you're fine, Melissa, you could stay. Well, did that one do it too? Thank you for the host, Bleeding Lancer. I appreciate that. Especially since like Twitch has messed up all hosts and auto stuff. Oh yeah, man. I know what I'm doing after stream today. These purpley flowers are poisonous. I tried dodging them the first time I played this, and I hit like every single one of them, but I figured it out. God. Now I wish I didn't get rid of BTTV. I would have put the crazy super hyper jam emote on there. Oh. Spicy. Fair warning, I'm doing voice acting for this game really badly, so if you hate it, sorry. I didn't heal Galif. I don't remember if there's a fight in here. Oh my god. No, 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 no. I am desperately trying to, like, eat better. And I'm justifying this with, like, well, if I get rid of it, then I won't have more and I can't eat it. Father's helmet. Ooh. Oh. Lena is struck by a poisoned arrow. Yeah, no, I won't. Her shoes is gross. Lena. Oh! I came here after that Windrake, but I seem to have caught something much more valuable. Wait, you'd hunt a Windrake? Of course! Their horns fetch quite a high price on the black market. Oh! caught no less than the Princess of Tycoon instead. Yes, you'll make a lovely souvenir for my husband. Ooh. Let her go, you addle-padded, foul-complexioned scofflaw. Oh my god, I don't know what she's saying. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ferris. Oops. I guess he slipped. Pity. What? Lena, hang on. Oh, annoying little twerps ruining my plans. Fine. It just means I'll have to crush all 4 of you. Ferris is amazing. This is the first time I've actually really gotten to Oh Ho Ho in like a long time. You know what, just... Can I steal anything? Nothing to steal, okay. My evil sister? Honey, come take out this trash. Oh shit. No one has anything. Everybody gets protect. I probably should have healed her. Crap. Oh well. Okay, good. Yes. Hey, Bizarre Ham, how you doing? Yes. Oh, I have that. Do other Final Fantasy have the shock face reaction as this game? I have no idea. What's this? I don't know. I've only played this one. I have all the Pixel remasters, but I've only played this. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Your waiting time building marble minis? Oh, nice. Oh, when their eyes pop with shock? I have no idea. I've mastered sprint. I have white magic. The whip? Okay. Ferris, thank you. Hiryu! He's hurt pretty bad. Hiryu, don't worry. I'll take care of you. Oh. Lena, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. I'll be fine. I just need to reach the dragon grass. Give the dragon grass to Hiryu. Quickly. Blup. Nom nom nom. Please, get well. My stars and garters. You're out of your gourd, young lady. That was insanely reckless. Hi, Dorvana, how you doing? Lena's cured of poison. Hear you, thank you. Looks like you're both hale and hearty again. Let's saddle up. Actually, I don't really like heights. Wah 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 wah. What's so funny? Your face, kiddo. Now hop on. You have no choice. Well, like it for now, because I keep changing all my voices. Whee! Look at that! I can't fly over mountains, so. Yeah, heights are too much. You can fight monsters. You can't fight his fear of heights. So... That's suspicious. I'm supposed to go here. No, wait. Yeah, I am supposed to go there, but where else gonna go? Irrational fear is too strong? Yeah, it's like being afraid of spiders. I mean, that's not irrational. But, some people are super highly afraid of spiders. Ooh, there's this thing. Okay, okay. Map. Town. Summit. Ship. What's this? Well, I'm just trying to remember the map. Okay, Wind Shrine. Alright, okay. Let's go where we're supposed to go. I accidentally have like 20 million files. Okay. Oh, nice song. Long live King Waltz. He uses the power of the water crystal to help us all. Yeah, I didn't mean to. I usually keep 2 from a bad experience from a few games where I soft locked myself out. But I kept pressing down because I was like, oh yeah, save file 1, save file 2 when I went to save, and I kept pressing down, so it was like, no, now you're save file 3. Now you're save file 4. And I was like, oh. Your fears are strictly rational? Are they? What are you afraid of? The Tower of Waltz is to the north. That's where we get all of our water. The crystal is kept in the Tower of Waltz. This is Garula. It lives in the forest near the tower. But Garula is shy, so don't tease it, okay? Hello. Swimming in the ocean, big ocean waves. I'm afraid of, like, riptides, rip currents, pulling you out to the ocean and then sucking you under and then you dying. That's what I'm afraid of. Thanks to the crystal, the water here is the cleanest you're likely to find. Monsters don't come around here either. Alright. And every time spoilers, every time I go to a crystal, I can't quite save it, but I get more jobs, so I'm gonna get more jobs after this. Having a squatter live in your house is also terrifying. Yes, but is your house set up to have a squatter in it? Gets told not to tease Garula, immediately corners Garula. I was trying to talk to him. Current house, no? Okay. I don't know. I like having at least 5 of stuff. At least. costs money though. Money. I don't want to sell the things either because, yeah, whatever. You're welcome. But someday when you live alone, who knows? Well, that's when you can just, you know, prep for it. Battle axe, longsword, dagger. All good. 5 or 99 and then never use them, yes. See, if I had a lot of money, I'd have 15 of each. 15 I think is a good number. You know, you have 5 extra to like just play around with. I might have to grind because I might need to buy stuff. I'm not sure. Things aren't too expensive yet though. Iron helmet, iron shield, iron armor, kenpogi, cotton rope. Okay, so I need 2 of these. 1, and 1. There you go. Thank you. Alright, too late. Too late, I'm sorry. There we go. And then, oh. You sorted. You sorted, not by custom. Stop that. Sort by items. There you go. Nice and clean. Has anyone redeemed Name My Next Stream? Yes, people have done that. Obviously, I will reject it if it's something completely absurd in a really terrible way. But, you know, you can be creative and write silly stuff. You could, shit, you could promo yourself and be like, Final Fantasy V, come watch Merrick Ildane when he streams because he's amazing. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. I do put exclamation point title in all the redeemed title, oh my god. Oh my god.
It must always end with 69 frowns.
I just read your message. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry. I have to spend my money. It's the whole point of fighting things besides XP is the money. If World was like an RPG, I would be so much more buff, so much richer, because I'd be killing so many monsters, alright? Just saying. Hey, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, nothing against TOS. You know, it's just an excuse to have some fun. But yeah, I put exclamation point title in any of the redeemed title streams so people will know that, like, this is a redeemed title in case it's so ridiculous. Okay, well, I don't... Remora? Paralyzes one enemy, triggers Constrict Self. Absorb hit points from one enemy to heal allies. Triggers Whisper Wound. Chocobo. Choco Kick. Or Fat Chocobo. Okay, okay, okay. No, that's fine. But I like to, answer the question so you know. Try to have, like, redeems that are, you know, somewhat worth it. Appeals to everybody. Okay, let's talk to the froggies. Ribbit, ribbit. Cool. The pristine waters here protect the city from monsters. Okay. Wee. I kind of... Alright, hold on. I'm curious. Okay. Can't look at frogs the same, not after yesterday's. Look, I'm sorry about the CC. I know I eat my words a lot, so it's hard to close caption, but it's the best that I've got right now. Sprint useless in Remaster. Yeah, pretty much, which I'm okay with. Like, do you really want to waste an ability slot on sprinting? I don't think so. It's easy being green, you dig? Okay. over here? 5 has some really good music in it. I don't think people appreciate it enough. Think it's bad for anyone not making fun of your ability to words good? I don't words good. It's okay though. You're very pro Frog? I mean, I'm biased. I like Frog from Chrono Trigger, so... Okay, I guess there's just frogs in the water. It's pretty off during Rickle's stream too? Okay. And I feel bad because I know there are, you know... Old guy, get on my way. Move! Move your booty. Thank you. I know they're, you know, they're deaf viewers, and it'd be nice if they could remotely understand what I'm saying. Alright, I think that's everything. So I'm gonna fight a few things to get some money because I don't like leaving spells unbought. Can't do that. So, we're gonna do a little grinding. And steal stuff. There you go. I'll fast forward it. 200 go. You like? I like the flying kick. Monk is just like when I was in the file that I saved over originally when I started this. Lena was a monk, and Ferris had blue mage stuff. So I was trying to get her to learn blue mage stuff, but Lena kept counterattacking and just destroying everything before the enemies would do the blue mage spell. I actually had to like paralyze her in battle so I could do the stupid things. Does the new Pokemon game come out tomorrow? Does it? Arceus? I don't know. Breath of the Wild Pokemon? Is this the one we're talking about? What do you mean you heard it does? I figured you're the Pokemon man. Wouldn't you get it? Are you not excited? I mean, I wanna like Pokemon. I do. But ever since Pokemon Blue, they're all the same. Cow World is... Oh yeah, I heard about that. Because it's Pokemon, alright? Well, just tell your friend that the new Pokemon's coming out and you'll have to reschedule. Or lie and say you don't feel good and you don't want to get them sick just in case. There you go. Problem solved. Yeah, we'll do this for a little bit. I just want some money. That's not a lot of money. Let's check the forest out. I mean, this new Pokemon is like people... Like, are people not excited for the new Pokemon? I thought it was... I don't know. Better? The idea that people skipping a job for a game release day is beyond you? Depends on the job. I've had jobs where I'd skip them for, you know, good soup or something. Madden every year, even though it's the same game? Alright, sorry. Okay, here's my go. Just do a little longer. Hey, people get excited about stuff. Bandersnatch? What are you? You're strong. Oh, wow. Oh. Okay. Apparently the starters' final evos are different looking. Alright, well, I'll wait for it to come out and see how everybody feels about it, and I'll check it out. If it's a Pokemon game that can keep me entertained instead of literally putting me to sleep, I don't know why they do, but they do. The latest one, the remaster or remake of Pearl and Diamond? Is that what it was? I got it and I was just like, I'm bored, and I would just put me to sleep. That's so weird, OJ. I thought you were super into Pokemon. No legit intros. I play it in bed. I get the Switch. I have my 3DS. And I take like my melatonin. I take my little sleeping pill, half of that, and then I go to bed and I play something usually relaxing. And Pokemon was too relaxing. That was too relaxing. I was just like, I can't play this game. Like, I actually wanted to play some, but I can't. You have to like every Pokemon ever. Yes, all the games. No, I don't care if you don't like it. I'm just surprised, that's all. Sun Moon? The funny thing is, I have the original Diamond and Pearl, I realized. Like, I actually own it. And I got like 20 hours in the game, and then I guess I stopped playing it too. I did beat Pokemon Blue, though. I beat that one. And I think I beat Black. Was it Black and White? I don't know, it was on the 3DS. What am I doing? Alright, almost there. I want 2,000 gil, and that way I don't have to worry about stuff. Sun and Moon held your hand. Which one was Sun and Moon? Forcing you somewhere? There's one I downloaded and I paid for on the 3DS that, yeah, fuck, Sun and Moon. That's the Hawaii one? Assholes! I paid $65 or something stupid for that, especially when I had no money, to download that goddamn game, and it was corrupted. Every single time I downloaded it on my 3DS, I cannot download and play that game, and I got so mad. And like, I contacted Nintendo and they're like, oh yeah, it's probably your 3DS is borked. And I'm like, no it's not, my 3DS is fine, how dare. And so I just gave them $65 for nothing. And they got really angry. I'm still angry. I wanted a happy tropical Pokemon and I didn't get it. And I'm like, maybe they're right. Maybe the card in there is all like, you know, the memory card is borked. I don't know. No refund. Nope. No refund. Also, hi H-Star, how you doing? Almost done here. I was so salty about it. Hack the 3DS and get it again? Oh well, I did, in an alternate dimension, definitely hack my DS and get a lot of games, hypothetically. So I was like, well, I'll just even it out then. Here you go, Nintendo, have some money. Right now I'm playing Loop Hero. It's on Steam and it's on the, Steam and Switch. Yes, it's always hypothetical. It's an alternate dimension or it's hypothetical. Loop Hero is actually, I don't know if fun is the right word, but it keeps me entertained. And I bring my Switch when I go work out. And I sit on the bike for like half an hour, sweating my ass off, playing this stupid Loop Hero game. Yes, like my hypothetical PSP. Yes. That's how I played Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the first time. I hypothetically ripped my PlayStation game and then, you know, hypothetically converted it from my PSP. I really enjoyed that game. It was a good game. Alright, this should be it. I was right. Alright. There we go. It's nice. I can talk to you guys when I grind a bit. Anyway, I like Pokemon. I like the idea of Pokemon. I just want a game that engages me. It's just not the same rehash over and over and over. That's all. You almost never start to chat here with hi. It's fine. You could start you could say, what does Mike say? What's up, party people? You could do that. That's exciting. I mean, yeah, you guys don't have to say hi. It's not, you can just start in and just start talking. It's totally fine. Alright. Give me this shit that I don't need. Oh, my money. Oh. See what happens when you say hello, though? You get called a cutie. That's alright. In the few streams that I speak in, I rarely say hello. Alright. Let's go here. Oh, welcome to Castle Walls. But you've seen how I type, and like the keyboard is under here, and like I have to swoop my hand down, and then I have to type like this, and then like half the time I gotta correct what I'm saying, and like that's why I emote in chat most of the time, where I'm like, hi, hello, here's my happy emote, and that's it. To random S commentary, no input, that's perfectly fine. With the water's protection, Waltz is undefeatable. I've heard that there's a room full of fabulous treasure beneath the castle, but steal any of them and there'll be a special room for you. Beneath the castle, and by that I mean jail. Okay. Jesus Christ. The jail below is full of depraved lowlifes. It's best not to interact with them at all. I want to talk to the lowlifes. What's wrong with your computer? Like, why is everything hyperspeed for you? Which one's more cursed, Slag or Rickles? It's just all of it. Alright. Okay. E. Oh. There's a notification about animated emotes? Why, are they borked? Is Zave experiencing the weird borked emotes? Because there is some great inspiration to be had in those. Okay, there's nothing over on this side. Actually, hold on. Zoom. You're literally... Okay, it's up that way. Uh-huh. And there's nothing over this way? Yeah, everyone who's an affiliate or partner now can put animated emotes up, which is kind of nice. I'm the famed pickpocket lone wolf, hero to all miscreants. Now, how about you get me out of here? Yes. Hot diggity dang! I'll see you in Final Fantasy VI. Another cunning jailbreak by Lone Wolf the Pickpocket. Guess I owe you one. Toodles! Oh. Whew! Just rusty. I was starting to worry we'd be stuck in there for good. Hey, help an innocent man out. How about you open this door? Hot diggity dang. This guy's a nutball. We better leave him in there. You gotta fix something soon? You know if you'll be back before stream ends? It's gonna take you 3 hours? Good luck, Save. Even a kind king punishes misdeeds. Ugh. Where did they come from? No. No! No, no. I went there before. No. No. There's really strong enemies in there. Anime does a whole new ballpark to try and work out. You can, I saw it on Twitter, and I can link it in my Discord if I find it again, which I should. I saved it. There's a site where you can upload your emotes, and there's, like, lists of, like, pre-animations you can do to it. So, just speed up and see if it gets better. Also, Twitch will let you, it also has, like, 5 or 6 pre-animations you can apply to your emotes too if you just want something simple. The waters here are purified by the crystal. They flow from the tower to the north. Listen up good. If you ever run into a monster called Jackanapes, you're up a creek. Yeah, that's what's in that place I just noped out of. Legend has it that the ice goddess Shiva is sealed away somewhere in the palace. Maybe that's why the halls are so cold. Oof. No. Yeah, I want to go that way, mister. There's a... Okay. I wanted to make sure this barrel wasn't anything. But it was getting in my way. Door. Drat it all! These texts aren't sufficient for my research on the crystal. Shiva was sealed away by the crystal's pure water. But don't take my word for it. Look for yourself. It's written right here in this book. I can't look at the books. The game doesn't allow me. Far to the west is the Library of the Ancients. With access to their collection, I could research anything. Okay. Bye-bye. Oh. Princess Lena, this is certainly a pleasant surprise. King Walls, you look well. I come with a request. Please stop amplifying the power of the water crystal. Oh, ho, ho. You must be joking. I could never do that. The crystal's power allows my people to live in comfort. King Walls, if left as is, the crystal will shatter. I have heard about the incident with the wind crystal. However, there is no evidence to suggest the same thing will happen to the water crystal. Furthermore, I am certain that the people would be opposed to seizing the crystal's amplification. Look, we don't have to be arguing over this. We don't have time to be arguing over this. Holy moly! What's going on? Holy moly, guys. It's an emergency! A meteorite fell near the Tower of Walls! Oh, Sephiroth! Yes, it's Sephiroth. What? Also, Haikyuu, how you doing? There is no time to lose. Assemble the guard. To the tower at once. Yes, sire. Pardon this interruption. I believe you understand the severity of the situation. We'll continue this later. Move out! Can I rob the throne? No. Such a spoiler. Oh my gosh. Wouldn't it be technically Genova? She landed here on like a meteor or something. And she was like, hey everybody, let's be friends. And then everyone's like, sure. And then she's like, psych. That's the plot to Final Fantasy VII. The end. How do I... I literally played the game on stream and that's not the... like, that's... There's a lot of plot in 7, okay? That's only part of the plot. How do I... Hold on. Yeah, no, there's a lot to 7. This is the dude, right? You're the dude in the way. No, these are the... okay, brain people. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to remember something. You never completed a Final Fantasy game? Do you like RPGs at all? Because they can be quite relaxing. Older games have a lot more sorry, I had a burp. Older games have a lot more grinding. But you play 10 and 9 a lot, but you're just bad at finishing games. Wait, maybe this isn't the bad way. This might be the bad way. Yeah, this is the bad way. Run away, run away. Okay, don't go this way. I'm really bad at finishing games too. I was just making sure. So don't feel bad. It's kind of one of the things like why streaming them is good, because oh god, she's dead. Alright. Ins heal you, right? Oh, here. This is what I was looking for. Alright. Streaming games are good because it makes me have to finish them usually. Yeah, I do that too. I did that with so many games. Like, I did that with Breath of Fire 4. I think I did that with Breath of Fire 3. I did that with the Final Fantasy 3 DS remake. Like, I'll get to the end dungeon and I'll be like, yeah, I don't feel like doing that. And then I never get back to it. Don't feel bad. Alright, this is where you get Shiva. Ferris is dead, so I'm not gonna do that. Alright, so that's it. That's all that was up here, was how to get Shiva. Alright. Good to know. Originally you didn't finish 7, then you watched Advent Children, then you went back and beat 7, and you were just really confused. I played 7 when it came out, in 97, so I was 13, 14? I don't know. I was still doing gymnastics. And so I'd get home from school, I'd have like an hour or two to be able to play the game, and then I'd have to save, and then I'd have to go to gymnastics. So I never really got the plot, because I was too busy like freaking out trying— oh, I'm going the wrong way again. Trying to like save the game and like time it and everything. And then I replayed it another time, and I kind of understood what was going on, but then like I didn't, and then I finally, quite a few years ago, looked at the wiki, and it was like, alright, let me just understand what's going on. And now I get it. Getting to the end of the game and you just stop playing, it's like— thank you for following the Bardic Panda. Welcome. Thank you. I'm trying to heal, but there's no place to heal, so I have to just go to an inn. It's kind of like I maybe might not be super invested in the game, but I'm still like playing it, but then when I have to put more effort into something, like end dungeon, I'm suddenly like, no, I don't care enough, and then I'll just stop playing. Which is terrible. Because I put so much effort into the game that I just have to beat it, and I don't do it, so. Wait, yes. But I have a bunch of RPGs I want to play, because like I said, there's so many games I've played and haven't beaten. Breath of Fire 3, Breath of Fire 4. I haven't played any of the old Final Fantasies, and I have the Pixel Remaster, so I'd like to play that. Oh, PJ pants are so nice when they're warm. Alright, you guys all set? I played Xenogears a few times. I beat it once. I'd like to play it again. Not sure if you actually beat 6? You love that game? Well, the Pixel Remaster's coming out next month, most likely, so I would suggest nabbing it, playing it. If you need help in the game, I'm pretty knowledgeable. I'm not like crazy knowledgeable, but I'm pretty knowledgeable. Waltz meteorite. Okay. Come back to you later. I could backseat for you. I might not be able to help, but I can totally backseat. Ah! I'm not supposed to fight these guys, they're gentle. Ooh. Okay, they're actually not attacking me. Oh, they run away. Why would you go to someone named Magitech Knight for help? Fancy help? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, well, here's my dirty confession. I've beaten 6. I beat 4, the 3DS remake. I've beaten 7. The end. I've never played 10. I've played like 2/3 of 9, like 3 times. I've played Final Fantasy Tactics like 5 times, and I've always gotten towards the end and never beaten it. No, I'm not trying to flip you off. I haven't played 1. No, I have never really played 1, or 2, or 3. I didn't ever play the original 4. 11, no. I did play 12. Also got to the end, never beat it. 13 I thought was poo-poo garbage. 14 I played online for a bit, that was enjoyable. And 15 I just drove around in the car listening to old Final Fantasy music and then never played anymore. So I'm pretty bad with it, which is an opportunity to stream the games and actually enjoy them. Hi on Sarah, how are you doing? I'm pretty today because I put makeup on and you know, contoured my face so I look a little thinner, you know. I was just like, oh yeah, a little too much hot chocolate, here you go, you erase it. Alright. It's forceful. Garula took us by surprise. It's never tried to attack anyone before. Garula suddenly went berserk and stormed in the tower. We didn't stand a chance. The king went after it. Some soldier I've never seen before went into. So the whole point of telling you all this is I want to play the RPGs I've never really beaten. The end. Gonna do it on stream. Ooh. I never played Persona. Yes, I've heard Persona 5 music. A lot of songs are really catchy. Raid a channel, hey London. Okay, will do. I will raid you after stream. If I forget, and anyone's still here when I end stream, please remind me. You've beaten 3, 7, 8, and 12. You played 6, 9 in just a few minutes of 10 and 10-2. I watched, so there's a Final Fantasy Fiesta, it's still going on right now. 7 Sins and BGG, kind of race each other through all the main Final Fantasies. It's actually really nice to watch. So, sure. So I ended up watching Final Fantasy X, a decent playthrough of it last year when he was playing it. And I was like, oh my god, this game's so sweet. I was crying at the end. I was like, oh god, I have to actually play this game sometime. Yeah, 4 has good music too. Thank you, OJ. I've never touched Mystic Quest. I don't know. Played 14, never beat it. Ghoul is upstairs. Please, save the crystal. No? Okay. No. Oh. Okay. Mystic Quest not a good game? Ooh. No, not at all. No. It's totally just a random save point. Obviously, they never just put one in there for no reason. Does Dirge of Cerberus count as Final Fantasy game? That's like an auxiliary Final Fantasy game. You know, you have like the main numbered titles, and then you have like Dirge of Cerberus and like Crisis Core and like 10-2. Those are like the side games. You know, it's like Aladdin and then Aladdin 2. You know, we don't count that as a main like Disney movie. Is it? Okay. Doesn't mean they can't be enjoyable. Hi Leonidas, how you doing? Oh! Wow, I'm gonna steal from these guys. And that's how I see it. I never played Dirge of Cerberus. Ooh, chocolate. Because Alright, I loved Vincent. I was like 13 when I played 7. Vincent was dark and mysterious and just absolutely perfect for 13-year-old me. I didn't play Dirge of Cerberus because it was in English and I didn't want to hear English voice acting. I was such a little shit, so I've never played it. The sequels were meh. That's why, yeah. I mean, I still like Vincent. If you look at the figures I own, I at one point had like 7 Vincent figures, alright? Don't judge me. Okay, we climb these. Yes. Silver armlet. I have stuff and I should equip people. Yes! Armlet is an accessory? 4, 5, 7. 4, 5, 7. Oh. You'll be jealous AF? Yeah, I'm still a little shit, but at least I try to, you know, try to work past it. Okay. Oh god, so I'm used to so many different menus. There you go. You didn't enjoy the gameplay, you were a wannabe edgelord who thought Vincent was awesome. Yeah, see? It's relatable. Oh. Yeah, I have a lot of figures. A lot of them are packed away, but there are some up there I could show you guys. I think I have them taped down. Stole a rock. Yeah, I've never watched any Disney sequels. So. You like the menu sound? Is there any reason to go up here? Nope. Yeah, I'm looking at like all my figures. Got a Vivi figure, he's really cute. Ether. These aren't climbable, right? No. Okay. I should have saved it. They're controlling you, aren't they? Well, I won't let you destroy the crystal. Uh-oh, here it comes. Oh, you bitch! Sorry. Nothing to steal, okay. Nine, okay. Alright, okay. Well, you need to calm down. What the hell? That's not enough healing. Shit. No! Yes, attack him. No! This guy has no chill. I swear to God, if you kill me, I'm gonna be very angry. Leave him alone. Don't touch him. Don't do it. Don't do it. Alright. The music's good though, right? Yeah, just attack Ferris. Thank you. Apparently, it's automatic. That's okay, we're good. You need to stay alive. Alright, okay, alright. Good thing I have potions. Hey, okay. Jesus! This is why we like Final Fantasy so much. The music's usually really good. Okay, ABP. Hey, potion. The crystal! We were too late. Bleh. Lord Galuf. Me? You know who I am. Lord Galuf, I couldn't protect it. Forgive me. Hey, stay with me, man. Please, tell me who I am. Tech fire crystal. It's like a Power Ranger, kinda. The crystal fragments are glowing. Are they gonna give us their power too? Yes. Resting within the shard, a warrior spirit. Time mage. Why is Ferris built like a triangle? Well, here. I can build her like something else. No, she's still kind of triangle-y. Cause she's a buff pirate lady. Disguised kind of like a guy. That's why. Mystic Knight. Summoner. Probably want a summoner. Red Mage. Definitely want a time mage. Berserker. What's going on? The tower is sinking. She works out here. What? I want that crystal there. Give me this. Okay. Yes, it's her pecs. Hi, Jack. How are you doing? I think if she had big bazongas, it'd be harder for her to pass as a guy. Ugh! Oh, baby! Sildra! Sildra, you're alive! She probably has really big shoulders. Blip. What a good dragon. Sildra! Sildra! You used the last of your strengths to save us. What are you saying, Sildra? You can't die, I won't let you. The graphics are pretty. Why? god! Sildra, thank you! Sildra. Oh my god, it's the saddest cry ever! Yeah, he used his last strength to save us. So Sildra is was Ferris's dragon, water dragon, and when the wind crystal shattered, ships couldn't sail anymore, and Sildra could still move the ship around, and we ended up in a whirlpool, and Sildra saved us, but she sacrificed herself. We thought she died. Now she died. She came back, she saved us, and died some more. It was very depressing. It was sad. It was very sad. And I didn't give Ferris a feminine voice because I figured you guys didn't know she was a girl when it first started, so if I was like, hello, I'm Ferris, it might give something away. Also, if Ferris is pretending to be a guy, I assume she'd sound more guy-like, so I'm just giving her my normal voice. Oh, this is sad. Goddamn. Oh. Yeah, Ferris. Yeah. Sildra is my dragon. I don't know if I need to go back here or not. I'm totally a guy. It's alright. Man. Tex, yeah. I can't do a guy voice, I'm sorry. I also can't do like a girl voice. I could do like sexy, evil, villainous voice for some reason. If she oh ho ho's, I'm there for it. Alright. I thought the king would be back.
Oh, the fire.
Oh shit.
Is slowly dying. And my dear.
We're still goodbye, then. But
As long as you love me, so make it so.
make it so. Make it so.
Magite wave, Magite, Magite peace, Magite cry.
Lyndon, thank you. Thank you for the 14 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I actually really get super tiered, like, upset about Sildra. It's that cry that they put in the game, and I'm like, oh. Oh no. She can play the guys for us and she did a lot of comments on her voice. Does she? I think she has a nice voice. These aren't boobs, they're my pecs. You're just jealous that I lift more than you. You know what? That could be canon if you want. The king was mauled by Garula. His Majesty is resting in his quarters. Oh, sorry, I clicked off. Yeah, alright. King is here, let's go say hi. Anyway, I think Waffle has a fine voice. I know my voice is on the lower register of, like, women voices. So when I have to do like a girly voice, I don't know what I'm doing, so I just talk like this. Hello, I'm Lena. I don't know how to be a lady. I'm a princess. Doesn't have a high-pitched voice, they must be a man. I mean, I'm probably more men than half those stupid gamer dudes anyway. Look at these biceps. Look. Anyway, sorry. Princess Lena. Now that you've found your Windrake, perhaps you should return to Tycoon. Everyone must be worried sick about you. Please, we would appreciate it if you would do, as the king asks. Princess, you were completely right. King Waltz, you mustn't strain yourself. You must hurry to Karnak. Their fire crystal is being amplified with a machine similar to ours. It seems that a meteorite has fallen outside of Karnak as well. There's no time to lose. Okie dokie. Let's go to Karnak. Anyway. I think voices are neat. And I think people should not be jerks about it. I'm gonna get Shiva. I'm gonna heal, I'm gonna get Shiva. And then I'll go to Karnak. Yes. I'm gonna buy potions. Meow, meow, meow. Potions are in here. I am such a fan of the stupid zoomies. I love it. Oh, these are expensive. Okay, don't die. Yep, like your cat. Tenchi would get the zoomies after he pooped. So I knew when he pooped because he'd come out and he'd make I don't know how to describe the noise, but you'd hear like, so it was hardwood floors. So you'd hear like scratching because he's trying to grip on the floor and run, and then he'd make like this noise as he's running, and he'd have like crazy eyes, and he'd just zoom from one end of the apartment and then try to stop, like he'd go full force, then he'd try to stop, and then he'd like bodily slam into the couch, which I think he loved, and then he'd turn around and make another noise and then just zoom the other way, and he'd do it like 3 or 4 times, and it just, everyone's like, oh, he pooped. I'm like, yeah, he pooped. It just became the thing. Everyone knew that's what he did. Like, yeah, guess he had a good poopy. Oh, I feel so late. Watch me run, Mom. Yeah, basically. I thought it was adorable. It was only him though. He had so fast of time to get out of his fur. I don't know what it was, but it was hilarious. Yes, this way. This way. Yep. Only Tenchi would do that. Timber was too old, and Lupin didn't. Scratches reflection in the mirror after he poops. Okay. Strange. Cats are weird, man. So I've learned abilities and haven't been paying attention. I don't want any of that. Focus makes me attack twice as hard, but chakra removes poison and darkness. Oh, okay, hold on. Yes. Time magic and white magic. Okay. Good. Ferris, two-handed. Use both hands when wielding swords, katanas, or axes to inflict twice the damage. I like that you're tanky. Oh, actually, I want to make you, job. Oh, look, she can be a dancer. See? Ladylike. Berserker, thief, monk. I like that they all have their own unique sprites. I mean, they have to, but I still think it's cute. Freelancer. I know Freelancer's supposed to be really strong. How am I looking? Mystic. Oh, is that what she looks like as a Mystic Knight? That's not a dancer, it's a Mystic Knight. This makes it so she can imbue her sword with an element. And I'm fighting Shiva, so... Completely absorb and direct physical attack. Sure. Honestly, most games don't give you that much customization, so it's pretty cool. Actually, yes. I think it's really cool. I think the unique sprites is really fun. I know in the original, I'm assuming it's probably in this one too, that like some of the stuff is so OP. Don't tell me, I don't know and I don't remember, but it's just kind of fun to be able to play with everything. I remember, like, I think in the original, if you changed jobs, you lost like your ABP next to it. Like it would just go away. So like if I switch back to White Mage, it would be 0 out of 60 again instead of whatever I had. They didn't do that now, so that's nice, I think. Okay, get some work done. It looks like a gnome. Yes, he does. You're right. Oh! So we got time magic, haste, slow region, mute. Normal stuff. Spellblade. Okay, good. And it doesn't cost a lot of magic to do. He does kind of look like Link. I know Thief is probably never really the best job, but I really, like, if I can steal, I'm going to have to do that, so he's a thief now. Maybe it was called something else? I can't remember. You know, funny enough, I could probably load my SNES emulator and load my Final Fantasy V, and I might still have the save file from that. That's a folder I haven't touched. Like, I don't do anything to it, it just collects more and more stuff. Nothing to steal. Okay. God, she's strong. Yes, my hypothetical emulator. My bad. Yes, yes. They just did such a good job on, like, the remake of this. Frog, see? Oh my god, look at that frog animation. That's beautiful, I need to save that. Oh my god, I'm a frog! If I turn into a frog and talk to the frog people in the water, I wonder if that makes a difference. Do I have unfrog? No. That was just made pixelated for aesthetic purposes, you would believe you? Okay. That makes sense. Maiden's kiss. Cute. Okay, Shiva is, I remember fighting her and she kicked my ass, and I was higher level then, so she probably kick my ass again. I am Shiva, the ice goddess. If you would command me, first you must prove your worth. Okay. We'll start doing this soon. Don't blizzard me again. Okay, that's good. Oh no, attack. Haste you, because you heal. Steal. Oh, I bet you have something on you, Missy. Oh, you actually can chakra yourself. Come on, everybody. Shit! These are expensive, don't make me use them. Alright, this is bad. I should have healed him. Alright, this is good. Don't worry. We're fine here. You guys don't need to be alive. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this over again. Yeah, we're gonna die. It's alright. Look, it's fine. She'll just kick them all to death. I think the game saves before important things, so I actually am not too worried. Alright, let's do this again. Yeah. Start from recent save data? We'll find out. Yeah, okay. It's right before I was turned into a frog. Alright, I'll try this a few times. If I die a whole bunch, I'll just come back in a little bit. Yeah. Alright. She casts Blizzard. I know this. Yes, basically yes. Training montage, and then we kick their ass. God damn. Does she have anything good? The heals for 48. Okay. So we need to take these guys out, obviously. Oh, wow, high potion. Yay. Okay. Oh my god, 1 hit point. Jesus. Fine, you can die. I gotta heal everybody else up. Alright, she... Yep, okay, alright. That's fine. That's cool. You gotta stop. Yeah. Too slow. God damn it. That's okay. This is fine. You're strong. Come back. Alright, okay. Don't do it, you... You're gonna die. Okay. Don't do it! God damn it! Fine. Alright, fine. Be that way. I'll gain a few levels. I'll be back. This is basically how it went last time I did this. Oh, that healed him. Because I have a frost rod on. Okay. Helps if I equip the missile sword. Okay, so I will come back for this later. I'm not a summoner at the moment anyway, doesn't really matter. I know you can learn that as a blue mage ability, I think? Peace. Alright. No, what you see is basically what I was. I just had 6 hours in the game because I took a lot longer than I am taking now to do stuff. I don't know, I just run around, like, I would run around here to make sure there was nothing that, like, I was missing. I was like, okay, any exclamation points, anything? No, no, no. And then I did some grinding, I think. That's about it. Alright. So we have to go to Sorry, I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. We have to go to the meteor that fell. Yes, that's how you find stuff in old games. You double check everything. Whee! We need to go to Karnak and do the fire crystal thing, which I will absolutely have to grind for a little bit. Oh. Parts! Did he just warp? We won't know until we try. This place feels so familiar. And the soldier in that tower, he knew me. Who am I? Yeah, YOLO. Yeah, see? Double checking is a totally normal thing to do. Okay? Items are everywhere. Secrets are everywhere. This is definitely correct. This is how meteorites work. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of grinding because I want the levels. Look at these guys. Currently 7 o'clock and you're ready for bed. Are you, East Coast? You ready for bed? Well, get into bed. Get comfy then. I mean, if you're tired, you're tired. You sleep very poorly. The earlier you go to bed, the worse you tend to sleep? Really? Strange. I mean, my only issue is if I go to bed too early, I wake up too early. Which is not what I'm looking for. If you go to sleep at 9, you wake up at 11 and can't sleep. Yeah, that's not even a sleep, that's like a nap. Is there anything to steal? That's right, these guys are easy to kill. Grass torches. A 30-minute nap? I forgot I read a thing, it's like either take a 30-minute nap or like a 2-hour nap. Like those are the best nap amounts. But like, it takes me hours to fall asleep, that's why I can't nap. Because by the time I fall asleep for the nap, I might as well just sleep. What do these guys have? Steel! I mastered it. Okay. 20 or 30-minute increments? I don't know. Potion. Okay. Okay, let's fight these guys. There's nothing to steal off them. I can kick them and then be done. I'm still taking an hour plus to fall asleep. I'm the same. Time magic. Magic shell. Okay. What's magic shell? Automatically cast magic shell when low on hit points. You sleep when you want to and nap whenever now. I'm trying to teach myself to fall asleep better. It's not easy. And I've been pretty good. I take all the sleeping pill stuff and then within an hour usually I am sleepy and I go to sleep and I stay asleep. Knock on wood. And so that's the best I can ask for. Thank you for following it, Porcelain Giant. Welcome. Takes you an hour or two to wind down after working, but if you fall asleep, you sleep like a champ. You're good at plenty of things. My sleeping, it's not a deep sleep, which sucks. Although lately it's been getting better. Don't ask me how, but it has been. Because when I have the really light sleep, I feel like I don't sleep well. Like I don't rest. It sucks. How is everybody doing? Okay, we're actually level 12. Okay. Maybe get to like 15? You're a light sleeper, you can't use sleep. I used to be a really deep sleeper, and then... And then I got Tenchi. And then he ruined my sleep forever. Moms are OP? Yes. Yes, they are. How much money do I have? Lots of money. Good. That's what I'm going for. Almost. One more battle. Come on. That attack is, if you damage it, it will do, like, the missing amount of hit points? I don't know, something like that. Alright. Karnak. Can I, again? Ah, yes, a lovely lava town. On fire. This is Karnak, a town made prosperous by the fire crystal. Thanks to the crystal, making weapons and armor is a cinch. That's why we don't only have the best quality goods in Karnak, but the best prices too. Yeah, lava moat. Wouldn't you want a lava moat? Professor Sid's the guy who made the crystal amplification machines. He's a genius. Those crackpots from the Library of the Ancients have been saying we should stop using the crystal. They've gotten so bothersome, the Queen built a wall to shut them out. Obviously that means you can't get to the library anymore. Okay. I would like to take a nap. I'll say goodbye Phoenix Downs now. The Library of the Ancients is to the south of here. Professor Sid's supposed to be from that area. Monsters haven't tried to attack the town yet. Small favors, huh? Ooh. 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 Yes. Whoa. Okay, cool. These old bones sure do love a roaring fire. Weapons and armors from Jakal are known for their outstanding strength. I'm an adventurer from Jakal, but the road south to the Library of the Ancients is blocked, so I can't get home. Did you hear? They've got Professor Sid locked up in the castle dungeon. A werewolf popped out of the meteorite. I wonder if he really is a bad guy like the people are saying. I saw this weird old guy get taken away by the guards. Whee. You can use a mithril knife? Sure. You there! Don't move! There they are! You're in league with the monsters! We saw you all crawl out from the meteorite. Don't try to deny it. Chrono Trigger court scene when? Are there any other court scenes in any games? Oh, I'm cold. Excuse me? Oh, horse feathers. My great escape, and it's another cell. That was the last of my explosives, too. Nuts. Oh, you kids think that's funny, do you? Doesn't matter. The name's Sid. What? The same Professor Sid who made those terrible machines to amplify the crystals? Forgive me, that was rude. Oh my god.
Did you say you were cold?
Oh no.
Here you go to warm you up,
no.
Kappa.
No. Thank you. Thank you. No, I have a heating pad right here. See? And it turned off. Until I got cold. Oh my god. Now I have goosebumps and I'm sweating. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I'm not clicked on the goddamn game. One day, many years ago, I found the faded old tome in the Library of the Ancients. It said that thousands of years ago, the crystal held much more power than they do now. So I studied the crystals at Tycoon, Waltz, and Karnak, and built machines to enhance them. But I was wrong. Increasing their power output only caused them to shatter. Oh, it's all my fault. But why are you locked up? I was too late to save the crystals in Tycoon and Waltz. Figured I could at least save one here and the one here in Karnak. When I tried to switch off the machine, they threw me in here. Sounds like we're on the same team, you and us. You're here to protect the crystals? Yup. We were asked to by this. What? But that's a crystal shard. Who are you people? This is terrible. Terrible, Professor Sid. What happened? You were right all along. The crystal's cracked. What? I turned off the amplifier, but the crystal's power output has only increased. The fire-powered ship. Yes, what about it? Most likely the fire-powered ship is leeching power from the crystal. Professor, please. We cannot do this alone. You have to help us. I'll need these folks to lend a hand. What? but they were seen coming out of the meteorite. They're in cahoots with that werewolf. If they can't help, I guess I can't either. Alright, Professor. You're willing to help me, right? I'll go ahead to the fire-powered ship. It's not exactly a safe place to be. You'll get ready and meet us there. I'll be waiting. What? It was unlocked the whole time, Sid. Treasure? Ooh. You know those brainiac dumbasses. Treasure? Okay. 2 treasures. Oh. Eee. I like how they don't care that there's just fire hanging out in their castle. Yeah, like Tato. Yeah. I mean, Tato has to get a lot older, you know, and develop that more brainiac / dumbass streak, but he'll get there. I believe in him. You can't get near the crystal, not with all the flames blocking the way. The crystal chamber is deep beneath the castle. There's a crack in the crystal, and flames are shooting out of it. We tried turning off the machine before the crystal cracked, but... Treasure. Okay. The fire-powered ship can sail even when there's no wind. We figured out how to use the power of the fire crystal to drive our engines. Treasure. Move. Thank you. Karnak. Okay, circle. Rumor has it the crystals in Tycoon and Waltz shattered. The crystal's cracked and there's a werewolf on the loose. Jeez, what's next? More meteorites. Captain, hang in there. Black Shadow. Gah. I actually don't know if there's more meteorites. Okay, hold on. Come on, brain. Map this damn castle. It matters later. Okay. So it's this way. This is just a circle with nothing that leads to this place. And there's a treasure here, and there's a treasure there. Okay. And then nothing over here. Okay, so just go up. I don't know what's in there. Okay. The werewolf that came out of the meteorite is trying to get the crystal. Karnak has prospered because of the crystal. Is this the end of our kingdom? Trying to route. Treasure. The werewolf's after the crystal. There's no two ways about it. It's strange, but the werewolf hasn't tried to attack the town at all. We were too reliant on the crystal? The queen is missing! Professor Sid is waiting at the fire-powered ship. Oh, where could the queen have gone at a time like this? What's over here? Alright, so there's nothing in this room. Okay, these are the two mysterious places that I'll have to worry about later. The werewolf! Don't let it in! Oh. You scared him off using some of Professor Sid's explosives, but he'll be back. You can count on it. Worry not, we won't allow any monster to take even one step within the castle walls. Poor werewolf. Am I healed? Yes. You clip my steps? So, I mean, spoiler, I guess? I'm gonna go to the fire crystal, and he's not gonna make it. And then, I forget why, but I'm gonna have to get the F out of that castle, and there's treasures. And I want the goddamn treasures, but I'm timed, and there's battles. And it's... I did it off stream, and I got out literally with 2 seconds left. This time I'm gonna get all the treasures, because I missed one. It was upsetting. And I hate time stuff, so... like, I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, I'm spoiling the game for everyone else. I'm sorry. It's gonna happen. God, I wasted time like running back to some spot. Oh, yeah, but like I said, I hate timed battles, so I was like, well, I've done this. I literally got by the skin of my teeth. I'm not doing it again. But I guess I'm doing it again. I don't want to do it again. I really don't like this part. Maybe I'll level up. No, I'm big and brave. I got this. Took you long enough. Just as I suspected. The ship's engine is what's draining the crystal's power. The engine? Yes. If the engine isn't stopped and quickly, the fire crystal will shatter. Will you go and turn it off? Okie dokie. No predictions. No, you don't get. None of you get to earn points. Get out of here with that shit. No. No. There's some stuff I don't want you guys to redeem. Yeah, that one too. No pressure. This door leads inside the ship, but it'll be tough going from here on. The ship's been overrun with monsters. Good luck. We're counting on you. It's RNG. I suppose that's fair. My main reason is I actually, like, I have... Am I not? Oh, okay. I've legitimately been in streams where there have been predictions. In streams that I lurk a lot in, so I have like 100,000 points. And I've predicted and been right and gained another 100,000 points. And just... I did that like 3 times. And I was like, I can't ever let predictions happen in my chat. There's too much risk and power with that, so just letting you know. If you don't do something quickly, the crystal's done for. I took it as a lesson that I didn't want to already learn in my stream, so no predictions. And of course those streams had like nothing good to redeem. I was like, there's nothing for me to redeem, I just have the points. My stuff. Well, actually, I don't know if I have certain ones turned on or not. Pure lurking. Oh, I remember this whole area. Okay, this area took a while for me because I didn't know where I was going. I still don't remember, so. Oh my god, I remember this. Ooh, elixir. There are battles. Crew dust. Defeater. Check it. Well, I have to check every room. Them's the rules. That's also, I check all the rooms. Yeah, it's RPG rules. You check all the rooms, and you kind of level grind at the same time. Potion, okay. Yes, you talk to everyone, you check every room. I forgot to go to the town. They kicked me out. And, I gotta leave. I got so excited to do this. Excuse me. I forgot to get the equipment and the spells. We're back! Sorry. Alright, anyone need anything good? Flail? Armor? Mithril shield? Plumed hat? Mithril armor, silver plate, it's probably good for you. Defense. Weight 5. Hey chat, what does weight do in this game? Does it have to do with speed? Defense 2, magic 3. Defense 3, weight 5. I'm assuming no one will know. I'll look it up later. Spells. Well, strength, agility, stamina, magic, attack, defense, evasion, magic, defense. Oh my gosh, so much magic. Aw, raise, hello, hallelujah. I'll get you in a second. Gravity. Stop. Let me buy all this other stuff. There we go. Goggle says, wait. Oh, Melissa. So the equip weight is a recurring statistic in the Final Fantasy series and refers to equipment weight it is provided through armor. The higher it is, the longer it takes for your turn to come, so it's speed. Usually higher weight is associated with more powerful equipment defense-wise, therefore heavier equipment makes a character more resistant to damage but slower. Okay. Thank you! So that confirms, it's your speed. The lighter you are, the faster you are. Good to know. Does sleeping get rid of my blindness? No, Bart, that's too fast. It's supposed to reflect the stat when you change equipment? There are some numbers associated. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want to share. Am I still blind? Nope. Okay. Now I actually. Hold on. One more check on the item stuff. Once you have antidotes. That's it. That's all my money. Okay. Goodbye. Wait, hold up. There's a house I didn't go in. This one. You ever heard of a monster called crew dust? Once it's alone, it'll use flash on you. Look out. Thank you. In the Pixel Remaster, it's only 4 weight equals -1 agility. It used to be 8 equals -1. Okay. Alright, well, I got the general idea. And I mean, it makes sense. Heavy stuff makes you slower. I did everything in here. Did I go upstairs? Yeah, that's what it's saying. Okay. Fire ship. Wait, can I get up here? No. Whoa, why are we on file 4? Okay. Oh yeah, I know not all RPGs do it, but... Okay. I am back and I'm ready to do things properly. Mystic Knight. Oh, you're wrong. Never mind. Huh. Sneaky treasure chest. Alright, I'm getting comfy now. Yeah, they're not pretty looking. These guys explode or something. Ooh, cottage. Okay. There we go. Ah, yes. I remember this. No. No. It's after this stuff. It's a little bit after this. Yeah, pretty much after that is when I stopped playing for a bit. I mean, you don't have to, like... You could just leave the castle, you know what I mean? You don't have to try to get everything. I have to try to get everything, because that is in my nature to do so. Oh. I'm just gonna kick his ass. Final Fantasy music second to none? Yes, it is. I love the music in this game. Also, welcome, Jinxer. How you doing? If you're not trying to get everything, are you really playing an RPG? I know, Spellblade, okay. I don't know, like... I want to get everything. I haven't really played this game. Therefore, I need to get everything, so I know what the stuff is. Oh my god, that's expensive. Okay. Yes. Ah! Green beret. Wait, head. Agility +1, strength +1, weight +2. Oh! Can you wear it? Yes. So this ship is a lot about going in circles, kind of. Oh. Careful. There we go. Oh my gosh. So, okay. Came from this one, so what's in this one? Okay, so okay, good. Good to know. Ah, damn it. I'm sorry, I saw the exclamation point. I was brain's like push button. Bart really likes the elevator, okay? Don't worry about it. Yeah, he's just a little kid at heart. It's okay. Okay, so these drop you off not where I wanted to be. God damn it! Is it the last one? Number 2! Whee! Oh, okay. Let's not go in that door. We'll come back to that later. It's a door. Okay, no, Bars. Oh. Ooh. Moon ring blade. Throwing weapon with a sharp ringed blade. Thief freelancer. I think I checked to see if I can use this in back row, and I can, so I will. There we go. Okay, so number 2 is the way I think I want to go. I have like a fuzzle in my eye. Yes, a fuzzle in my eye. Yahoo! Thief's glove. You don't get fuzzles in your eye? Soft gloves that increase the success of stealing. Okay. It makes my... oh, it makes my shit go down though. But I like stealing. Oh yeah, sometimes I'll get eyelashes in my eyes too. That's a different type of feeling. This is definitely a fuzzle. My defense goes up though. Yeah. I'm sorry I'm so yawny, I just suddenly got tired. Sure. Because it kind of exists. Well, it's yawny time. Okay. I think number 4 just drops me off at where I just came from, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go back to 2. No, I'm not. I'm not self-conscious about it. I just can't stop yawning. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Okay, we'll save. I need to use the bathroom real quick. Ow, 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 ow. I'll be right back. I just paid. Damn it. There we go. I have hydrated. Alright. Let's fight whatever I'm fighting. I suppose. Alright. What am I fighting? Nothing yet. That's right. It's this shit. This took me so long to figure out. This right here. I just my brain could not comprehend that I could do what I'm about to do. I wander around this stupid thing for like 20 minutes. I was so angry. I was so angry with myself when I figured it out. I was like, what is... I'll show you, like, you know what I'm talking about, but I'll show you anyway. I was like, okay, I need to get this over there. So I'd click it and it would do this. And I'd be like, and then I'd run around and click stuff. And I'm like, how do I get on that platform? What do I do? And I want, like, if you click this one, it does this. All right. And like, I even got on here and did this. And I was like, okay, I just put myself in a goddamn circle. I have to do this all over again to explain what I did wrong. Anyway, I didn't realize you could go on that stupid platform and click the freaking... You stop laughing. I didn't know you could go on the platform, just click the stupid lever and make yourself go up. And, like, my brain was just not having it. And, when I figured it out, I was just like, oh my god, what a, you know, you dumbass. Anyway. So let that be a lesson. Anyway, I figured it out eventually. And I was like, alright, cool. I mean, apparently I have issues with stuff like this, so at least I'm slowly figuring it out. That's right, I'll always use an excuse to get more battles in. I prefer over level than under level. You do that shit all the time? It's like when you realize that you're like, oh my god. What's wrong with my brain? Okay. But it did burn this puzzle into my head. This incredibly simple puzzle of hitting some levers. I still think the fact that these enemies are called crew dust is just so morbid. Yeah, the defeaters are pretty nasty looking. I know this is another... I think this is another enemy you can learn a blue mage skill off of. Maybe. Okay. So let's actually do the puzzle. Oh my god, I forgot to do the other thing. I meant to do that. Oh my god. I'm crying on the inside. There we go. What freaks you out? Oh, these guys? The poltergeists? Yeah! That's... I remember looking at it, I was like, so the bad guy's tongue is like impaled through the front guy's face? Is a lot. Okay. Now we do this. That was such a terrible movie. Oh, I regret watching that. You think it's its face skin? Oh, okay, okay. I'll look at it again. Okay, let's just stop. Elixir, nice. You're probably right. I don't look at monster sprites properly. I never have, so I see weird things. Alright, treasure? Monsters? Okay. Well, I guess we won't see. Queen Karnak! What is she doing here? Meddling dolts, you shall pay for interfering with my revival. Oh shit, fireman. Okay, okay. Can I steal? Nothing to steal. Oh, don't hurt me! Shit. Ooh. Cura. I have Cura. Use it. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, much better. Nothing to steal. Alright, cool. I remember not liking some form. He's just... Yeah, you heal yourself. Go ahead, buddy. I haven't touched you yet, so I'll just, you do that, and I'll just haste everybody. Thanks. And you're out of magic points, dumbass! Stupid! Can I just attack you? What's mine then? Can I steal from you? Okay, you don't have anything. Yes, my plan, because I know what I'm doing. So good. He counters with Blaze. Whoa! Oh, hands. I don't know, it's making me nervous. Okay, that's the single fire attack. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. Fucking. Oh, nice, it's automatic. Okay. So if I don't touch you, you'll still blaze me, and she's... So should I just... Is this gonna be a counterattack? Or is it just a time thing? That's a freaking counterattack. This is when I can beat you up. No! Yay! I mean, I could just do Cure. This is single fire attack. No, okay. Oh, that's right. You don't have a... Yeah! Eat shit, fireman. stupid. Okay, cool. I mastered counter. I've got a flame scroll. Okay, okay. Queen Karnak. I was being controlled by something. A creature of pure evil. It desires to envelop everything in darkness. Your Highness. The crystals. It's not just the machines that are destroying them. Something evil is using their power to resurrect itself. Please, save the fire crystal. It's in the room just through that pipe. Okie dokie. Sure, whatever. We don't. Where we're going, we don't need to save. The fire crystal. I like they just bust through a door. Thank goodness, it's still intact. Galif. We won't let you touch the crystal, werewolf. Stand down. I am not your enemy. I'm not so sure about that. Galif, say something. What's wrong? You know me? Can't remember a thing. Who in blazes am I? You there! What have you done? Sending that much power through the crystal will smash it to smithereens. And this makes 3. One more and the seal is broken. So good! The switch is busted! Galif, I'll hold this back. You four must escape. We only have one chance left. Save the Earth Crystal. Go! Once the crystal shatters, the whole room will go up in flames. Get out of here and protect the last crystal with your lives. Oh. Werewolf. We have to help him. Galif, you're our only hope. Poor werewolf. Oh. This game's brutal. It's just killing everything off left and right. Ah, yes, this. Ah, yes, I should've. There's just so much depth today. The flames are dying. The fire crystal must have lost its power. No. The crystal shattered. Where is the werewolf? He probably got trapped in the fire. Couldn't get out. We have to hurry. This castle is held together by the power of the fire crystal. Hold up. So now that the crystal's gone, the castle's gonna blow? Exactly. We've no time to lose. I hate this so much. Time until Karnak Castle explodes! 10 minutes! Oh shit. I already wasted 5 seconds doing that. $2,000 gil. Yeah! Monsters. I'm sorry, no people run emote. Oh, hurry up. God, this takes so long. Just dropped an elbow on me. I don't appreciate that. No. I mean, BTTV was only $5 or $6 a month. I just was like, I should save some money. Monsters. There's monsters in all these boxes. Oh god, that's even worse. No wonder it hurt so much. Oh jeez. Ooh, a ribbon. I don't know if it's cheating if I could sprint, but I'm doing it, I don't care. Attack. Kick. I just do whatever. Okay. Alright, everybody go. Except you. Alright. Kill everything. Cool. I'll look at that later. Eh. Monsters are in every chest. Don't like it. Are there more timed events in other Final Fantasies? In 6, you have 5 minutes to draw to stop Ultros from dropping a weight in the opera. That one's not so bad though. But yeah, you know what gets me? You hear the blub? You hear the blub noise of the lava? I don't like it. I can run away from these. What am I doing? I've already committed. Oh my god! I am on a time limit! That's why I attempted to memorize sort of some of this layout. Okay. Uppy. Is there shit here? I never went this way. Oh. Where am I going? I don't like this. Okay. That's just this dude. Stinky armpit dude. Elven mantle, cool. Alright, magic, nope. This is what I missed last time, so if I die because of this, I'll be pissed. Stop wasting my time. Stop it. Monsters. Even at the end and died there, like I said, when I did this off stream, and I didn't get much past this before I restarted and playing it. I'm playing it on stream now. I had 2 seconds left. 2. Alright. Thank you for following, Jinxer. I appreciate it. Okay. Alright. This guy is... I guess if I knew what I'm doing, I would... skip that one. Monsters. I suppose I shouldn't have to steal, but I'm going to. You know what? You need to stop doing stuff. Oh, that's so much faster. Okay. No, where am I? Okay, okay, okay. Oop. Yep, monsters. You guys are so slow! Oh, I need more time. I got vigilance. Cool, great. I want all the things. Damn it. Oh, we're just attacking now. Don't make him crazy. Sure, let's just beat up on him a whole bunch. You better have something good. Oh my god, I don't think I have the time for this. What's up here? What's up here? I shouldn't be doing this. Oh, I can't do this. I'm gonna die. This is a bad idea. I'm doing it anyway. Shit. Shit. No, I gotta leave. I gotta leave now. Oh, God. Okay. No, no, no. No, no. I'm gonna do this. One attempt. Yeah. Okay. This way? This way. Yes. Alright. Oh. Go away, I'm busy! I'm getting some good stuff though. And do I have ethers? Oh, here you go. Can I? Should I? I will. Okay. Ah. I went out! No, no, go back in! Dumbass! No, I'm not doing it. I'm gonna leave. I don't want to risk it. It's fine. I don't care what's in there. Okay, oh, I do have time. Alright. Yeah, I don't care. Look at this stupid looking dude. You can learn that. Can I have, like, I don't know, here. That's cool. Oh. Wow. Jesus. So she's gonna kill him? That didn't do much. Don't die. God damn. Get me out of here. Okay. This is much better than the other attempt I did. Okay, great. The music makes me so stressed out.
Pretend the British man is really excited. Big Pog, you did it first try.
Oh my
Proud of you,
god.
Tam Tam.
Thank you. Thank you. I am sweating, alright? I'm actually really sweating. I don't have any paper towel around. Thank you so much. Oh. Okay. Whew. Okay. Hold on. God, I ran out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Crystal shards. Oh, I'm not clicking on the game. There you go. Will you lend us our power? Will you lend us your power as well? Resting within the shard, a warrior's spirit. Beastmaster. Geomancer. Ooh. Ninja. Should make him a ninja thief. Cool. Well. Hi. What? That's such a... Oh, those are sunglasses. Okay. Hi. I need to heal a lot, please. What are you doing here? The queen is upstairs, but she's been wounded. Does she know her castle was destroyed? Okay, so got that done, which I'm happy about. How much money do I have now? Ooh, I got some money. At least 5 of everything. We were lucky to get out of the castle with our lives. The queen has been delirious since we found her. We rescued the queen from the fire-powered ship, but she sustained injuries. The darkness! Don't come any closer. Okay. No, we're almost at all new territory. I have to get to the, somewhere else now. And that'll be new. But yeah. We're getting there. I did get through this a lot faster than I did before, which is nice. Professor Sid's machine was what broke the crystal. Unbelievable. The castle's gone. When the castle blew up, the explosion knocked down the wall blocking the Library of the Ancients. Yeah, I have to go to the Library of Ancients. Aha. Oh! Hey, flame rod. Oh yeah, I got a whole bunch of new stuff. I should check it all out. Alright. Jobs. Alright, we got, let's see. Summoner, Blue Mage, Berserker Ninja, Thief, Monk, Beastmaster. I look like a little sheepy, okay. Red Mage. Geomancer looks odd. Oh, there's Ninja. Ninja. View description. Oh, let me pull out my handy dandy controller. No. Hold on. I don't know what any of the... There we go. This is X, apparently. Stealthy fighters who excel at surprising enemies and can wield 2 weapons at once. You know what? Find passages. What's vigilance? Prevents back attacks. This is sprinting. Alright. You get to be a ninja. We're gonna ninja you up, because why not? And you can still find passages. There we go. Oh. Oh, if I get 2 of these, I can be in the back row. Can be enchanted. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Equip. You can't put stuff in your hands. Elven Mantle. Defense goes down. Oh, magic goes up. Okay. What do you have on you? Wait. Okay. Optimal is my easiest and favoritist way to do stuff. I got Flame Rod. Throw command. Ribbon that prevents most status ailments. Hold on. Freelancer. Ah. Damn. Cloak that sometimes evades physical attacks. Okay, everyone can wear that. How about you? Wait. Sure. Okay. Optimally connect your fists to the face. Yes, that's what I'm trying for. I don't think I need to talk to anybody. I don't think the equipment have changed, but we'll make sure. Oh yeah, I'm a ninja now, so I should make sure he's equipped correctly. A weapon that even mages can wield. Oh. Okay. I think that's everything. Who's talking to me? Oh, that's cute. I don't know if it's too fast or slow. Here, I'll just let me save real quick, and I will check right now. Hold, please. Alright, save. Let's see. Free rewards, emotes. Okay. Oops. Jack just uploaded a the wave emote, but actually waving. So if if you want to refresh and see if it's there, and then give opinions. So I just put that up. All right, give me a sec. All right. I'm not too greasy today. Nice. Okay. Yes, now I can go across. Can I go back on here? If only I'd never made those infernal machines. Everything. All of it, all of this is my fault. If it weren't for me. Oh, poor Sid. Sid. Professor! Must be tough for him. Okay, we'll just give it a minute. You might have to reload. I can't reload because I have too many things open. I also forgot to go into a room, so I'm going into the room here. I have no idea if there's a chest in there, but I need to know. Which is down there. There you go. mean, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, not sure if it's too fast or too slow. I think it's pretty good. I knew I missed a chest. Yeah, I mean, I think I like that. Well, thanks. Shit, I got all my animated emote slots filled now. Thank you for that. Hey chat, if I use throw command, it throws the item and then the item's gone, right? I'm making sure. Okay. This way. Ooh. I'm old. I forgot what old does to you, but it's not good status though. You know what? I still want to be able to steal though. Damn it! Nope, I've been in that desert. I am in the desert. Leave. Run. Run. Bye. The examples of scrolls, so I don't know if it... Okay, yeah. No, thank you for looking. I have one shuriken, so I was like... Is it a reusable shuriken? Or is it like 6 where it's just an item? I was assuming it was an item, but... If it wasn't, then I wasn't gonna, like, you know, not use it. Also, I'm not even a ninja anymore, so... Zoo. So, now I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I haven't gotten any further than this. Anything over here? Anything over there? Nope. Yes, now is new territory. This is where the save file I saved over was right here. I didn't go in here and I didn't do anything. Oh. Of course, now I'm probably have to voice act stuff, so let me eat some caramel real quick. I wouldn't worry about it. There's not many people here and everybody's kind of asleep, so it's all good. Oh my god, I'm back. Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. Hi, Sinclair. The basement stacks have been overrun by monsters. I wasn't calling you guys out. It's fine. You're allowed to lurk. It's an RPG game. Like, everyone lurks. Mid? That's Professor Sid's grandson, you know. Mid mentioned something about looking for a book. I haven't seen him since then. None of us have the faintest idea where Mid's run off to. Perhaps looking for a book? Basement 1. Hold up. I'm not ready to fight monsters yet. This is also basement 1, I'm assuming. This is not our door. Don't tell me that's not a... This is the Library of the Ancients, an archive of old texts. Ah, you should be reading right now. Technically, I am. Hit points. Oh, nice. Magic pot. Some books in the basement have been possessed by monsters. Such a shame. According to one of our texts, long ago the crystals were much more powerful than they are today. After learning that, Professor Sid created machines to increase the power of the crystals to how it once was. Oh. I think this is the book I'm after. Far to the south of here is the village of Jakal. They've excavated all sorts of precious items from the ruins there. I feel like there's something quite important written within these pages. 30 years ago, a monster called Biblos appeared near the Wind Shrine. It was eventually sealed away beneath this library. Oh. This is the library's oldest tomb. However, half of its pages have been lost, so we really don't know what it's all about. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot. Dan came in the chat, and that's literally what I did. It was a long time ago. Alright. Oh. Wait. A long time ago, Ifrit would burn the possessed books for us. Oh, I forgot to get Shiva! We only want to burn the books that are possessed, but we don't know which ones of those are. Oh. Oh. Yeah, give him the Joey treatment. How do you feel about silence, dumbass? Oh, I need to steal. Under page 396. Oh, cool. Not cool. Cool. A traveler's journal. I'll give the strange staff I found to that man from Tycoon. I forgot to go home. Hold up. I gotta go all the way back before I do all this shit. I forgot to do stuff. I forgot to go home, see my castle. I forgot to get Shiva. Finally started learning monster skills. Arrow. Level 5 death. There you go, I did it. Alright, so we're gonna take a little... Before we go fight Biblos, Biblioteca, or whatever's down there, we're gonna... If this was me, I'd be like, whoa, sorry guys, I gotta travel through a meteorite and then fly with my dragon, and do a few things. My bad. I just want to steal. Alright. Do you have Unblindify? No. Yeah. Okay. I miss playing RPGs so much. I'm sorry if this is not the most entertaining thing, but like this is my therapy. Is nice. Okay. Let's check out the map again. I am here, and I can't go in a circle. You must not realize how entertaining you are, regardless of what you're doing. No, I assume this is boring as shit. And I'm so sorry. All I'm hoping is between my ramblings that at least it has nice background for you guys. Like, I'm hoping I'm one of the streams that, like, I would put on for background and just putz around and do stuff. You know what I mean? That's my only goal. I like rambling, though, so, you know, I apologize for that. Also, this Pixel Remaster is really pretty. Like, they did such a good job on it all. Watching everything you do. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you. Thank you, Zane Clear. You're very sweet. I appreciate it. I'll probably end up streaming a little later tonight. Crow has to work, so he's not going to be streaming. And, so I'll just go until I don't feel like playing anymore. You're here, you're just kind of sleepy and your brain is all dried up. That's fine. Again, no critiques on my end at all. Down. Down. And if you're tired, get some rest. Oh shit! Well, well, if I go past Linden today, I will, I'll just put him on auto host tomorrow. Actually, you know what? I haven't auto hosted him yet, so. But yeah, we'll refund him if I can't do it. When you feel sufficiently sleepy, okay. I get some rest. I can't stress how much better I feel now that I, knock on wood, can get like half decent sleep. It's like I'm alive again, and it's kind of amazing. It took a long time for my body to readjust to it, though. Shiva, home. I'm not saying it's the best in the world, best sleep in the world, but it's better. It's phenomenally better than it used to be, so I'll take it. I used to have to stay up until I just couldn't, like until I passed out, essentially. That was the only way I could sleep. Okay. So. Dragon. Alright. I forgot to go here. I don't know if it matters if I go here, but I forgot to go here, so I'm going here. Safe journey to you. Princess Lena! Oh, Princess Lena! Yeah, this is. Oh, everybody's excited to see me. You're back! I am back. The Chancellor wishes to speak with you. Yep. Princess Lena! Forgive me. I didn't mean to worry you. No need to fret about that now. But please, you must return to the castle for good. Our guard has been severely weakened by recent monster raids. There's no way we can recover without our princess. I'm sorry. I cannot stay. Princess, you have a responsibility to this kingdom. Yes, but I also have a responsibility to the world. Right now, we are all in danger. What's more, Father is still alive, and I understand. Princess Lena, we will protect the kingdom in your stead. I swear it. And I swear to return and bring Father back. Until that time, please hold things together here. For now, will you at least stay the night? Certainly. There's? Ah, Lena, it's late. You should be in bed. So should you, my sister? I'm right, aren't I? You're my older sister. What are you going on about? Me? Don't be daft. But... Besides, a buccaneer like me really a princess? Sounds a bit far-fetched. Wah wah wah. But your pendant. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Barts. What in tarnation are you doing, kid? I think he's a few men short of a full crew. Oh, high potion. The Chancellor's gone outside. He said he had something for Princess Lena. Oh, the King's Windrake is alive. That's wonderful. Boo. Ever since Princess Lena left, the Chancellor's been at his wit's end. If only Princess Lena would stay here. Let me through. I've served in this castle for quite some time. I looked after both Princess Lena and Princess Sarissa. Sarissa? Princess Lena's older sister. Sarissa was sailing with her father when a storm hit, and she was thrown overboard. Will. Okay, I came from over here, so we go up here. Get some food! Nom 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 nom. There's nothing I can steal from her room? No. Okay. This is the king's chamber. No one but the king is permitted to enter. Keep. Okay. This is the beginning of the game. Okay. What? Yeah, that's cute. Okay, so I guess I technically didn't have to go back here, but plot. Can I? Oh, I can now, okay. If you find anything within these walls that can assist you in your quest, you're welcome to take it. Thank you. Plot thickens. Shuriken? Ashura? Oh. Princess, this staff has been in your family for generations. Take it. I'm sure you can find it of use. Healing staff. Thank you. A giant container of chow mein. Oh. Trying to eat healthier and everything that's terrible for you sounds so delicious. Today I had some cereal and a bowl of stew. And a caramel. Oh, no. A bell with a ring that monsters hate. Freelancer, Geomancer uses bells. Okay. Time Mage, Red Mage, Freelancer, White Mage. Well, first I have to give myself not cheat days before I can have cheat days. Freelancer? Wait, hold up. There you go. Anything else? I think that's everything. Whee! Thank you. Alright, now I have to go get Shiva. This doesn't teleport anywhere, does it? No, it has no opening. Okay, just making sure. Also, since I'm here, I'm still worried about Boko, and I'm gonna see if he's actually really gone. I mean, I checked, but CC is very interesting. What? Oh shit! Hey, those look like Boko's footprints. Don't tell me you tried to go after us. No Boko. I healed. Yeah. I should see how my pirates are doing. Hey, they're awake now. Captain, take these with ye. Ooh. We putting that quain bird to bed and be attending to his wounds. Oh my god. We found some strange bird lying in the cave. Wonder how it tastes. Did you eat my chocobo? Oh shit, treasure. Tent, ether. These little details. Oof. No. Move that way. Get out of my way. Okay, that works. Bogo. Clay. Oh, he's been hurt. We found him zonked out in the cave, so we brought him back here. He'll be fine now that he's in my capable hands. Please, if you can help him. Leave everything to me. Clay. Bogo, get better soon, buddy. No. I never should have left my chocobo, buddy. Oh no. Oh, I'm such a bad friend. He just needs some rest and he'll be right as rain. Ugh, I'm a pirate, but I still get seasick. Arr, we be pirates and we do as we please. Yeah, how about you get out of my way? How's that feel? Yeah? I'll get out of my way some more? Thanks. We'll hold down the fort while the captain's away. Those quakes must have opened up a path to our cave from the outside, or cove from the outside. Can I talk? Hello? Captain, I love ye. That's not allowed. Whether you think I'm a man or a woman, you're not allowed to love the captain. No. There's nothing over here. Hi, Mobile. Thank you for lurking. I hope you're doing good. Never ye fear. We'll protect the hideout. Even though we don't have a ship anymore. Okay. Alright. Thanks, everybody. You better fix my chocobo, please. Anything over here? Okay. Well. There we go. It's good to know. Let's talk to Geshiba. You feel like you're gonna explode and chow mein is going to come flying out of you. Oh, why don't you see? Just because it's there doesn't mean you have to eat it all. Save some for later. Oh my god. You wanna eat half? Ooh. Okay. Now to Shiva. Sorry, Shiva, I completely forgot about you. How much longer do I have to take those pills? Probably forever, but I have until late fall to have my appointment. Where I'll be like, yes, I still cough, but it's not as bad. And then he'll probably be like, well, you should take all these pills to even lower your stomach acid more. And I'll be like, no. I don't want to do that. And then maybe we'll fist fight or something, I don't know. Silent reflux sucks. There's not much more I can say about that. This is the dangerous area, right? Do you think I can go to the dangerous area? I'm going to the dangerous area. I'm going to the danger. I'm doing it. Fight me. And I'm gonna run away. Why did I just do this in the first place? Elven Mantle. Tell the doctor you will take the pills if you get half of what they get paid to put you on them. Hold on, I want to see if I can fight him. Nope, bye. Someone runs away. Someone does it. Run. Run. Run, run. Run. What? Run! Run, you piece of shit! Run! Shit. You're not gonna let me run away, are you? I hate this so much. That's it. I saved. You assume to clear up for good with these pills, but I guess not. No, it's not. It's like a. It's. My esophagus down here. Where's my stomach? Here. The little flappy that's supposed to close when you eat doesn't close properly. So I will forever have food and stomach acid coming all the way up my esophagus. The pills, the omeprazole, is just supposed to lower your stomach acid so it can. So like this irritation tries to like heal up. I think the idea is to have this heal and then just manage it by diet and like not eating a whole bunch of food at once. But it's still, you know, it's better now. But when I ran out, like I got really low, I had to go to 1 pill a day instead of 2, and then the coughing came back, so. Sleep standing up. I don't think that'll help either. So I don't know. He's the one with raise. That's $2,000. Well, you know what? Speed. What do you mean speed? What? Alright, whatever. sure the way to kill these guys. I'm not gonna do it. Goodbye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, I am here to kill Shiva! Eventually. Shiva is not here. Right? She's in here. Wait, no. Oh, I know. Yeah, hold on. I have to go up and around. I remember now. Shiva is not here. She was where I was. Okay. Oh, it's time spell? Oh, I didn't know that's what... You should say that. It shouldn't just be like, you got speed. And I'm like, what do you... In what context, game? Slows the pace of the battle. For everybody? Okay. Alright, Shiva, come here. Too fast. Too fast. There we go. Ha-ha! Oh, longsword. Probably not good for anybody. Yeah, I already have that. Okay. Tomorrow I have to take pictures. I have to take pictures. I have to take pictures of Greed, the belches that I painted, because they're little different colors. Maybe the Ultroses that I finished. I just hate taking pictures. I hate it. It's such a setup. There's so much to set. Oh, I just hate it so much. I'm Shiva. You're going to fight me. Yes. It's not as bad. I don't know. Can I, stop you? I don't know, in case you do anything crazy. Yeah, Ferris is nice. She's very strong. Wow, okay. Sorry, Shiva, I wrecked you. Frost Rod. Receive the summon monster, Shiva! Good. What else is over here? Oh. The tippy top. Okay, now we can continue on, even though I don't have a summoner yet. these guys? Hold on. I just need to check. Oh wait, that's where I came from. Never mind. I was making sure that was the right way. I meant to go down here. These guys stay in here forever? Okay, they do. Just making sure. Alright. Now let's go fight some books. I guess. Bye. Oh, and then I have to send out the Patreon keycaps. I have to take pictures of those too. Hold on. I will forget that. Photo. Patreon keycaps. Okay. Yeah. I kind of save it all. I save it all up to do it in one go. Expensive. I wonder what's the relation logic of minis and mallets? I don't know. I'm sure there's something. I just, like, I accept that's you hit someone with a mallet to un-mini them. Yeah, Maiden's Kiss, turning a frog back to you. God damn it. Makes sense. If you know, like, princess stories and stuff. Okay. Hi-ho. To the library we go! Actually, I don't know what I assigned you guys to do. Eye drops cure blind, which makes sense. I don't know the gold needle one, but whatever. Okay, now we're safe. Wow. We're strong. Oh, this way. To the Nerds Guild, pretty much. I've leveled up stuff and I haven't looked at my abilities lately. Okay. Bare-handed. Gain the same attack power as monks when unarmed. Ah, okay. Focus. Automatically counters when hit. We have to flip-flop soon. Okay. Wagons. These are buff. Oh, I'm a dumbass. My back row thingy. Okay. Yeah, you equip like a beaded necklaces. Yep. Yep. Okay, let's go to the basement. Fight some books, I guess. Library of the Ancients, B1. Oh. I already hate this. Do you guys move any other... No? Oh god, I'm bad at this stuff. I cannot, for the life of me, get the perspective correct on my eyeballs with this. Oh. Thank you. Cool. I see chests now and I expect monsters. I haven't been in a battle. Oh, never mind. I'm in a battle. Get PTSD? Yeah. Flute? Oh, are we berserk? Oh, we are so berserk. Okay, cool. That's fine. Everyone's still good? I will beat the shit out of the book. Okay, normal library. I worked at a library. This is definitely what a library is like. Ooh, ether. No, I'm not ready for whatever that is yet. Wait. Hold on. I'll go through a door like a normal person. Gets auto-locked on commands if I fast forward it? Yes. Yeah. Wahaha. None shall pass. Okay. So it should remember the stuff from last time, I think. We'll see if he steals, it'll remember it. Yeah. So the last stuff like whatever I did last in battle. Oh shit, Jesus. Which is great, but also really bad if you forget, like, oh, you were just in a battle where you did a whole bunch of different stuff and suddenly, like, Gallo's healing and just crazy shit's happening. You're like, oh no, whoops. What levels, everybody? 17! Oh, okay. Good. Sucker! I am Ifrit. For many years I have existed, sealed within the pages of this book. Only those who can withstand my flames will be granted the privilege of summoning me. Ooh. No, I just beat your counterpart. Jesus. Wow. I don't like this, and I'm going to die. I hate it, thanks. Okay. Is that all you do? Can I silence you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to yell into the mic. Stop it! Can I slow you? I can't. Maybe. Alright. You guys have to heal yourself. Oh, I slowed him. I have a high potion, and I can use that. Oh, that's a lot of healing. Hi, Electroslag. How are you doing? Don't mind me. Thank God I have this on weight. Okay. Him being slowed phenomenally makes things much better. Enough. You have proven your worth. I shall grant you the use of my powers. Oh, hallelujah. Yay. I heard Mags is 68% Neanderthal. That's why she's so strong. Yep, it is. That's why my mosquito bites are extra itchy. And, I don't get hangry. Receive the summon monster, Ifrit. Oh. Well, nice. That was not nearly as terrible as I thought it would be, but it still wasn't that great. Hey, how you doing, Electroslag? What's up? Sorry, I was fighting a monster. I was 100% Neanderthal because I'm a tiny weak baby who was always hangry. Oh, 0%. Yes. That's okay. You're allowed. Yeah, we had to permit the word baby. and Neanderthal for some reason. Can I? May I go back? Oh shit. Gah, Ifrit, sorry, sir. Automat in here is like, fuck you, baby Neanderthal. Yep. I had to permit that too. This looks like the right way. Let's go the wrong way. Please. See, if I auto-fought now, I'd be doing a lot of stuff I don't want to do. There we go. Yep. I don't know if it being in all caps matters or not, but yeah. Yeah, two's enough. No, I know. I know when I can't do anything in a game, you know? Slimer. Covered in gummy liquid. I'm slowed? Yes. Gross. Baby rights? Meh. A ninja suit? Let me guess. Ninjas can use it? No? More? Okay. Oh, thieves can. Oh, yeah. Oh, sounds good. You worked for 10.5 hours today? You poor thing. Why? You're not working now, right? You get to rest? Brain fried, scrambled. That's my brain yesterday. My brain no work yesterday. It was rough. You're working 10.5 hours tomorrow also? I'm sorry. I hope you get a break eventually. Ah, I was gonna ask. You gonna buy a drawing tablet? What kind? Why you go to the library? I forgot. I go to the library because the wall was taken down and I could. I went there because I could. Hey Congo Jack, how you doing? What's up? Okay, this makes me fall down and I don't want to do that yet. I think. I don't know. That can make me fall down too, I'm assuming. $500 200-inch XP pen. Jesus. Who wants overtime? Inventory's going horribly, and you're like, me. Okay, well that's kind of fortuitous. I got a green beret? Well then I hope... Achievement unlocked. Experienced warrior. Okay. I hope you get your thingamaboober. Weekend just started? Your weekend has just started? Nice! How am I? I'm doing good. A little pooped, but otherwise I'm fine. This is the Pixel Remaster of Final Fantasy V. It came out a few months ago. And I finally just got around to playing it on stream. So this is technically kind of like my first playthrough. So... I'm enjoying it so far. 14 hours a week, and we'll see how long you last on Saturday. Don't burn yourself out, though. Oh. Alright, what's over here? Wait, what? Who, me? How can you be burnt out when you're rolling in cash? You can definitely be burnt out from that. Yeah, talk to you next week and see how you feel. It's chocolate time. There you go. She's healed up. Damn it! Nope. I'm level 17 and I still get nervous about this. You want to make a turn-based RPG? Best games? I find this stuff very relaxing. Unmastered hit points, 10%. Okay. We should check that out. You know, like when I'm fighting, I can kind of just zone out a little bit, talk to you guys, if I don't have to pay attention that much. I could learn stuff. Increase maximum hit points by 10%. Okay. Everyone all good? Kyle, if you need some healing. You'll give it to me when you make it in 30 years? Perfect. I will hold you to that. I fall and I'll go into that room? Okay, I bet I'm just going down. Alright, I'm gonna go up and do the other thing. Yeah, I'll be like 50, 60. How old am I? Oh my god. Maybe almost 70. And I'll be streaming and you guys can watch me play Electric Slice RPG. Oh, I thought I was gonna be able to fall down. Game! You just evaded me. I mean, I could do math, I just forgot, how old I was. A little thing with your pixel art though? You're thinking of making like a digital tarot deck that just draws random cards because they would be fun? That'd be cool! That'd be really neat! I like that, that's a good idea. You should do that, definitely. Yes, you can be very creative with like tarot cards and stuff. They can all be like different themed. Where am I going? Who designed this library? Oh. Different sets you can use and have description notes right in the program? Yes. Agreed. You should get started on that because I think that's a good idea. Oh. Do I go in here? Oh. Not yet. Either tomorrow or next week? Write it down so you don't forget. This is my list of things I need to remember to do. So far, I've checked off one thing. Oh, you know what? I'll check out working out. I have worked out. You know what? I've sculpted Edward and I've sculpted Roy. I'm almost done sculpting Tiny Mercy. There you go. Feels good to check stuff up. Okay. 4 things. Tomorrow I should be able to check off 4 more, maybe 5 more things on my list. Do I have to fight this again? Damn it! And then I can get to the waiting list of commissioners. I'm a month late, but you know, that's okay because none of them paid me yet, so. I just don't want to pile on too many things at once because then I stress out and the quality goes down and like that's stupid. Why would I do that? Sculptures, it's not like you have a time limit on like needing a sculpture. You can wait, I hope. don't get to my waiting list and I'm gonna be like, no, you're a month late. I don't want anything. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Then I'll just make keycaps. Alright. I have to use the bathroom again because I drank too many liquids. And then we're gonna fight books or something. Whatever's down here. So I will be right back. Yeah, I actually have other people that I don't know, but I got through Ultras that are waiting, and I'm like, they're probably gonna be like, no, you took too long. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. Fight books because we're Giga Chads, not beta nerds. Chad's a good thing. Okay, well, good. I'm thankful for that. Thank you. Oh, maybe we're we're getting mid. Mid's down here, which is Sid's something or other. Oh. Is that mid? Stay on your toes. I have a bad feeling about this place. Ah, it's Biblos. Skink. Hey, Sleepy. You haven't done anything yet. Oh, no, you have now. Okay. Oh my god! Please don't do that again. I didn't sleep him, okay. How about poison? One more. Poison heals! Gotcha! Okay. Discord. How about, I don't know, shit. Blizzard. Okay. Can I... How about gravity? Okay. That's mean. How do I unspell blade? Okay, I have him on weight, so maybe... Alright, we're gonna... Chakra. So so he has like the 1400 hit points left. Alright, let's see if we'll do this again. We'll just gravity you to death. Oh, this is so cheap. Alright, I just have to hit you like a few times, it's fine. I can't hit you. She can hit you. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Hit him. Stop draining. I need those hit points. God damn it. Oh, fire. Okay. Are you just gonna counter with drain with everything? Don't do it. I didn't mean to guard. Fine, you know what? What? Huh. My level is halved? What do you mean? I mean, I know what that means. 200 hit points. 400 hit points. Oh no! Oh shit! This is bullshit. Okay, alright, you know what? Hold up. This is stupid. Alright. Web? Okay, alright, so apparently we're gonna have to go through... Maybe I can stop you. How do you feel about that? Okay, otherwise you just attack. I'm getting... Can I... Is drain a... That's a... Wait, did I mute everybody? What was that? Hi Kenku, how you doing? Welcome back. Ha! Shit. Oh. No! Fucker. Ah! Very soon the Master's seal will be blown wide open. Shithead. Look, I don't know the trick to the bosses, so I'm gonna have to figure it out. Alright. Iron Draft. I'm just gonna go back to this area real quick. There's probably no more bosses, but so you went to the wiki? How are you supposed to kill him? Now that I killed him, you can tell me. What is the, is there a strat? Race Place Planet in the menu too. Yes. Yeah, he was very dead. Now we're good. Okay. Just in case. You thought Ifrit was the strat, but it backfires? What is this? A hole? No, that's not a hole. I think my weird gravity attack with the Spellblade thing worked until he started just super draining. Why is book so big? I don't know. Okay, that's not a hole. Those are pillars. Oh, huh? I told you not to bother me when I'm reading. Don't tell me you were engrossed in that book the whole time. What whole time? Now that you mention it, I did hear some rustling behind me. Was that you? You gotta be kidding. A strange bird, this one. Whatever. Guess it's time to go back, huh? You guys coming or what? I know a shortcut. What? Mid! There you are. Mid, you're alright. Thank you for finding Mid. Thank goodness you're safe. Huh? You came to save me? I don't know what I need to be saved from, but it was nice of you all the same. This kid's an idiot. Oh yeah! Look at this! It's a book! I found the most amazing book! Check it out! I bet with this method, we could get the fire-powered ship moving. I've got to tell Grandpa Sid about it right away. Sid? Oh, you know him? He's my grandfather. Grandpa is so awesome. When he gets absorbed in his research, he's unstoppable. He never gives up until he's found the solution. Thank you for following Bumblescrump. Welcome. Maybe that's how he was in the past, but now. What are you talking about? I'm just saying. Sure is acting like he's given up now. What? He would never do that. Wait, Mid. We upset him. Excuse me, sirs, this library is very poorly made and confusing. You need to fix that, thank you. Alright, I don't know, just could upset him more. He might be important, I don't know. What?
Dehydrated.
Okay. Thank you. I was just dehydrating my molds.
What?
It's dehydrating my molds.
Okay.
They're not curing properly without warmth. Yeah. I soon have to go back to Sid. Sid is in Shambletown of Fire. We shall hydrate. Once I can kick everything. Okay. There we go. Thank you, mobile. I was too busy reading. I couldn't hear you dying across the room. Yes. That's how some nerds be. Shit. Give Min a noogie. Alright, are you not on the ship? Are you in the town? It's probably in the town. We'll make sure. Okay, he's not in the ship. Yeah? What's up? Oh, I see. Twitch needs to make it so like I can hear this shit and like see it, because I'm not always, you know, it's gray. The redemption is gray. It's not even white, so I don't even it blends in. All right, big face. Here you go. My hair's a mess. Let me fix it up. But look, I did rebluify it all. Ooh, hello. They should give you like a little toggle option for certain redeems to make like a little dinky noise or something, so I can know. That would be smart. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes, thank you. I redid my hair. It's a little too dark, but that's okay. Yeah. I wish I had redeem alerts. Yes. Just some kind of noise to alert me. Do you still do questions? I might, Jack. I might. It's a mystery. Anyway, well, now 4 minutes of this. Alright, where's Sid? I don't know why Streamlabs hasn't integrated it yet. Good question. The crystals have shattered and darkness is taking over the world. It's worse than a nightmare! And how much are they? I told you it's a mystery. It's RNG, it's random every time. Of course we don't need the crystal to make red weapons and armor. But now that we can't use it, prices have gone up. Sid? 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 You're not Sid. In the desert to the west is a fearsome monster called the Dorm Chimera. Be careful. Thank you! Jumping Tsureta kind of... She goes with a lot of, like, music, which is kind of neat. Oh, you know what? He's probably drunk in the pub. No, he's not. Talk to me. Feels like the fire's getting weaker. Oh, I found him. He is drunk in the pub. Sid. Mid isn't here? Come on, man. Pull yourself together. Leave me alone. Don't waste your time on a worthless old lump like me. I have a lisp when I'm old and I'm sad and I just can't speak. Grandpa! Mid? Waka waka! Waka 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 waka. Ouch, Mid, stop that. What are you doing? What am I doing? What are you doing, you silly old fool? You never give up. Never. Waka waka. Mid. You always told me not to be afraid of failing. You told me that if you mess up, you have to start over and try again. What happened to that? Mid. Just try again. Mid, you're absolutely right. Of course I am. It's not over. The Earth Crystal is still out there. Yeah, but where? That I don't know. But we've got to find it and protect it. And to do that, we'll need the fire-powered ship. Yes. But we'll need to get the ship moving again. But without the crystal. Way ahead of you, Grandpa. Just look at this. A book. Mid, where'd you dig this up? Ah, I see, like that. Nice work, Mid. This could do it. Alright, let's get to work. Yeah! He does have a bowl cut. Okay. D&D is cool. I like D&D. Everybody nods. Okay, now we go back to, I'm assuming, ship, where they have magically fixed the problem. Do I need to heal? Am I healed? Sure, good enough. Oh. Out of the way! You'll have to excuse Mid, he's all fired up. We'll take care of the ship, you just sit tight. Is your ship still infested with monsters? Oh my god, Galif, what's wrong? Yeah, you look even stranger than usual. Galif, are you alright? My head. It was like I could almost remember. Grandpa! Mid? Grandpa! Cryle! Ouch! Mid, stop that. What are you doing? What am I doing? What are you doing, you silly old fool? You never give up. Never! Oh, hey, knock it off. Silly old fool. Cryle? Hit him on the head again. Galif, what happened? Did you remember something? Okay, get some rest, Slag. I'll see you later. I'm not from this world. I came here in a meteorite sent from another world. Because the evil we sealed away 30 years ago was beginning to reawaken. I came here to stop it. Evil is reawakening? That's right. And a terrible evil at that. The Dark Warlock, X-Death. Oh, I think my controller disconnected. And you never get to know anything more, the end. No doubt about it, the power of the 4 crystals converges on this spot. Perfect! We'll use their power to seal X-Death here. Oh, that's what this is! This weird- I thought they were like weird pods. X-Death doesn't sound like- I think X-Death is a bad thing. It's not a good thing. I came here once before to seal him away 30 years ago. So, if all 4 crystals are destroyed, then the seal you placed on X-Death will be broken? Right. Oh, my head. Galuf. Still, can't remember clearly. Oh, we can't allow X-Death to be revived. Galuf! I'm okay. It's Japanese, and they put X's in front of stuff to make it cooler. Galuf, are you dead? Are you okay? Are you in my party? Galuf's okay. He's from a different world apparently, and is sealing X-Death over here. Rude. Slept like a slept like a top. Not like a bottom, but like a top, because that's what Sid is. Sid is a top. Good to know. Thank you. Ah, Snow, don't say that, Mid. You're a kid. Slept like a top. I sound like an old man. Change your name to... Yeah, see, that's cooler, right? It's cooler. Hey, it's finished! We are so awesome! Presenting a boat that will sail without any wind. Now we have a ship, we can go find the Earth Crystal. Righto! We're counting on you. We'll return to the Library of the Ancients for now. We should be able to find some more clues there. Yes, AOL Instant Messenger, perfect. Oh. If you need anything, make sure to stop by. Take care of yourselves. Thanks. Shouldn't, like... We're off. Ferris, pilot this. One last strategy before saying goodbye. Okay, we save. You know, I still like hear the, if I ever hear the AOL Instant Messenger noise, I still react. I'm like, oh. Oh, oh. Fighting. Thunder Anemone. Sahagin. Sorry, I was just looking at stuff. Okay. You kick him over? Yes. I should have stolen from him. Yeah, you'd still react? I would still react. Because every once in a while, like, it's in a meme or something, and I hear the AOL noise, and I'm like, huh? Who needs me? Hello? Okay, so this is just a ship. Let me look at the map. Where am I? Here I am. So I was in that area, now I'm in this... Oh, now I have the whole world, literally. And I can go to... that. And that. I mean, that's the Label of Ancient Summer. There's an island right there. Alright, this probably is a good point to leave off stream, but I just want to see what's on the island. Potion. Oh, so far I've just made Lena a monk. I need to make her like something else. Monk's so good right now. Alright. Meow. Oh, I'm supposed to find the Earth Crystal. That's what I'm doing. I was just having the thought, I'm like, what am I doing though? Like, what plot-wise, what am I supposed to be doing? I'm trying to find the Earth Crystal. I need to remember this. Lightning Squirrel, okay. Hey! Hi! No. Okay, I can do without... You see an enemy's... No, the Earth Crystal's the last one we got. Wind Crystal's the first one that got shattered, then it was water, and then it was fire, and now we gotta find Earth. And I'm assuming that's gonna get shattered too, but we gotta find it. We don't know where it is though. And this is a large mountain range. That's okay. I like levels. So I think first thing in the morning, I will immediately set up Pope for photos. Oops. No, that was the castle that blew up was the fire crystal. That's why it was on fire. That's why we have a lava town, and I haven't been paying attention to installs. Oops. Because I never know where, like, if I'm in an area with 2 strong monsters, I'm going to save. Oh, it's a forest. Anything in here? Is there chocobo forest in this game? We'll find out. Bombs! Oh, that's not... I don't think I want to fight these. There's a cave there. There's a cave here. Wow. Bio soldier. Oh shit. Battle axe. Okay. Oh, bio soldier. Oh my god. Oh my shit. 19 cereal is delicious. I'm gonna die. Well, good thing I saved. that's shitty. Jesus. I thought it was just a cool name for a soldier, not a soldier that spams poison. This is why you save. Okay, well, he has a giant axe and uses magic instead, yeah. Well, you know what, Bio Buttface? I want to go in this cave, so screw you. Jackal Cave. Oh, I actually wanted to go here for some reason. No, this place was mentioned. Oh my god, I just destroyed a bunch of cute squirrels! Oh no! Have fun time for work? Okay. Sorry you have to work. Thank you for hanging out. I don't want to fight these. I feel bad. Okay, I need to turn stable off. Okay, it's just squirrels. I'm just murdering a cave full of squirrels. Well, at least it's fast. Okay, there's a thing there. Oh, a door. Oh, sneaky! Oh, Skull Eater. Is this like a super uber squirrel? It's a rare monster. Okay. Oh, but I get battle points. Please? Yeah, I don't... Oh, I guess you can get like there's a bestiary for each of these games, so obviously you have to... I'm assuming fight and kill one of each monster, so maybe it's just a tough thing to do. My skulls aren't gross. Rude. My skulls are very fresh. I mastered time magic level 5. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna switch over. There you go. I have 2 elementals. Ew, hello. Yes. I not pre-ordered, but I bought the entire collection. So when it comes out, I will have it. I wonder if I can, if this... how's my defense? It's better than Galif's. but not by much. That's alright. You need to get on that? But they had a little bit of a deal, like if you bought them all as a bundle, you get them a little cheaper. I don't know if they still have that. They probably do. And I was like, yeah, I want these games. I will play them eventually, so. Okay, how do I kill the skull lead? Fuck! Anyway. Shuriken. So when it comes out, I will have it immediately, and I will immediately play it. And then I'll probably... Oh, he angry! Okay. No. He hit me for 700 and some odd hit points, so... And I was in the back row. No thank you. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be here. Yeah, he's real cute. I'm assuming probably, maybe? I don't know. But I found a cave and I went in it. No, I don't... Look, I don't want to be deal with you. Goodbye. Oh, I should steal from him at least. But yeah, when 6 comes out, I will definitely play it. Very excited. There's a card inside. Lone Wolf the Pickpocket was here. That's neat. I didn't know Lone Wolf was from 5, because he's in 6. Why are there so many Skull Eaters? Can I? Do you have anything? Absolutely not. Okay. Oh. He's getting them skulls. Yes, he is. Cool, I made it here. Yay. That's great. Okay, generally this cave's not too scary, so it's not a big deal. Alright, well, that's a cave. Let me hear. Okay. There's no other walls to climb? Now I'm scared of like the evil squirrel monster. Although these give me like battle points, so I'm kind of happy about that. Alright, now we see if those bio soldiers destroy me. Hey!
The weather outside is frightful.
Anonymous, thank you for gifting us
so delightful.
The Hey
And
Craig.
since we've no place to go, make it so. Make it so. Make it so.
Thank you, Anonymous. I really appreciate that. There you go. Thank you so much. Hey, Craig, enjoy your emotes. Aww. He's 1 hit point like metal slimes and okay. Interesting. Okay, oh, it's on my map now, that's good. Oh, there's a path there I didn't see before. Alright. You just saved, right? Maybe I won't fight those bio soldiers and I'll just... Nothing. Jakal? Welcome to Jakal. The people of this village are descended from the ancient Ronkins. Heh, sounds like a big deal, don't it? The shops here sell weapons and armor that were excavated from the caves to the north. My pa's on an adventure. He's off adventuring right now. My grandpa was an adventurer. He told me there was something underneath Crescent Island. Oh, first, hold on. Okay, I can't. Just checking. Hey, not bad. Oh. Hey, you there? I don't know what anyone said. Sorry. Oh, we're all dancing. One more time. Thanks. I am going to need to make my messages. I have no choice on my message settings. Okay, good to know. No messages, normal. Yeah, alright. The caves have been pretty much looted bare, so most of the treasure chests you'll see are empty. You wouldn't think there's much point in checking them out, unless the traps the ancients set are actually... If you go as deep as you can into the cave, there's a wall you can climb to get outside. Wait patiently on the path. Wait patiently on the path with the skull switches, and the truth will be revealed. Oh. Yeah, okay. Kids today and their foolhardy sense of adventure? Puh. The caves up north are full of traps left by the ancients. If you go there, watch your step. This pub's always full of adventurers hoping to strike it rich and find treasure in the caves up north of here. Okay, thanks. Cool. But despite them being trapped? That's a very good question. Okay. There we go, that looks better. You're welcome.
Ever been to History Falls? Everyone says they're huge and that the view is breathtaking. Man, I want to go.
Way to the east of here is Crescent Island. Ever heard of it? Oh, wait, okay. It really is shaped like a crescent. How ingeniously appropriate. Give me armor. Okay, I already have that. Oh, ninja suit, okay. Sage's surplus? Surplice? That's good. Ogre killer. Interesting. Okay, coral sword, mage masher. Okay, it's square to see stuff. Sword infused with the power of light. Can be enchanted. A three-pronged lance infused with the power of lightning. Lightning is the thing here. Katana named after something. Bow. An axe that is effective against giants. Oh, okay. I like that. Coral sword. Whatever. Streaming with her nose guard on, and she looks so adorable with it. Aww. Well, the stream won't go on too much longer, so I'll be able to see. 500 years ago, our ancestors had a great civilization. The ancient ruins. Ain't no one allowed to go in there. But them young folks nowadays don't pay no heed to nothing. No, we don't. Haha, I bought it all. Bye, sucker. What is a nose guard? She had a septum, deviated septum or something like that worked on, so I'm assuming it's just to keep her nose in place. Okay, I think I checked out this whole town. Oh, I didn't mean to go in there. I never noticed that the map had this highlighted. That's interesting. Alright, I need to save, and I need to not fight bio soldiers, because that is no good. Bitch! Yeah, you missed somehow! Jesus. No, I don't want to fight the X-Men again. I don't... It sounds like I said the X-Men. The Axe-Men. They're not cute when they spam bio on you. Absolutely not. Get me off this accursed land. Yeah, okay. We'll just fight weird sea monsters. Alright, I'll go position myself as to where I think I need to be going. And then stream's over. Self-destruct and being unable to exit the radius. No, I am not a fan of self-destruct. Although I do think it's funny when it misses. I have a Thunder Blade. Yep. Answers that question. Bum, 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 bum. Shouldn't be. Not everything makes sense, I guess. Library? Library. Uh-huh. No, I don't need to go back in the library. Actually, maybe I do. How are you doing, my nerds? I've been tearing through these books, but I can't find a thing about the Earth Crystal. Not a darn thing. Can't find a thing. Not a darn thing. Hey, I heard myself the first time. Nothing? This book says something about a crescent-shaped island. Sounds a little sketchy, though. Okay, crescent-shaped island. Gotcha. Go to the east and find a crescent-shaped island. Oh, the big one there. Croissant Island. Gotcha. Well, hold on. I want to go this way because I can. I don't know why I'm not speeding this up. What's over here? What is this? Silent bee. Sand? Sand. Oh, sand. Desert of shifting sands. This definitely looks like a place I should be. Yep. This looks great. Desert killer. Yeah, you better run. I'm scary. Oh, why is it? Okay, well, I can't go in here yet. Gotcha. I need, like, special sand shoes or something. Alright, well, good to know. We don't need to go that way right now. Okay. Oh. I have been streaming for 5.5 hours. I am done. I am finished. Old Magitech would like to not stream now, thank you. She would like to charge her controller. There we go. Very good stream, very productive, thank you. I have gone places and done things. Much excited. Come on, you can work. You have a good night, Master Business. Get some sleep. Alright, I am supposed to raid, oops, don't do that. Lyndon. So let me find him. I'm assuming he's doing art of some sort. Just takes a minute for me to load everything up. Also, there's a commercial. Yeah, cool, thanks. Alright, if you're lurking, here's my socials. If you want to see any of my... Oh my god, I can't spell. Socials. That's my art and actual social media stuff. All that jazz. If you're new and you haven't followed, please feel free to follow so you know when I'm streaming. I try to go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tuesday being art, Wednesday and Thursday being gaming. For now, 4 o'clock Central Time is when I start each day. That's what I try. Okay, that's what I go for. But anyway, if you actually want to know when I'm streaming, follow me. Please eat dinner and hydrate. I will. I'm kind of hungry, honestly. So I'll probably munch on something. Okay. He is working on bases. So he had a texture roller and he rolled out some Sculpey and now I think he's like trying to putty them up a bit. So that's kind of neat. So I'm gonna raid him and then I'm gonna bounce. So just tell him I said hello and everything and whatnot because I need to eat and then I gotta do work and then I gotta sleep. So anyway, thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thank you for not really backseating. I appreciate that too. I like to just figure stuff out on my own and like I said, I will ask you guys if I need help. I do ask. You guys don't know any of this stuff. OJ Googles it, so thank you. But otherwise, I'm having a really nice time playing 5. This feels like, for me, it feels like old times where I would just kind of chill out and play an RPG and just run around like a crazy person and get lost and forget what I'm doing and then backtrack. And I don't know, I just find it really enjoyable. So the fact that some of you guys want to hang out and watch me do that, I really appreciate it. So thank you. Anyway. Thanks for the support. The puzzles are fun to watch. I'll give up on puzzles real fast if they get too frustrating. I don't have the patience for that too much, but I kind of like the fact that 5 has a lot of what seems like boss battles that have like a shtick to them, you know what I mean? Like 6 has a bunch of those too, but like where you have to, there's a way to do it that is the easiest or the best way, and then all the other ways are kind of like, and I like that. That's a fun challenge for me. So anyway, I'll be back on Tuesday with some art. We'll just hang out and chill out and do all that stuff. Who honked at me? Thank you for honking at me, Aries. Anyway, thank you. Oh, real quick. Jack did the wave emote. How do you like it? Do you like that? Do you want me to replace that with my static emote? Is it good? Is it bad? Calling people who have opinions, please tell me, because, like, I want to know. Complete. I'll put it in Discord and see how everybody feels about that too. It's goo. Alright. Cool. I'm glad it's goo. Alright, anyway, enough rambling. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for the support. I truly, truly appreciate it. Seriously, thank you. You guys are great, and I love you all, and I hope you have a good weekend, and I'll see you on Tuesday.